Okay. Hello there, my lovely people. Okay, let me check if everything works correctly. Oh, you won't believe how hard it is to actually set something up with this shit. Okay, so looks like I've successfully connected everything that I need to connect, except for maybe hi Zidane, hello. Um, the chat doesn't seem to work yet, so let me fix that real quick. Ooh, this shit is so hard to manage. I tried to connect this this camera right here that I'm using for my videos for like the longest time, and for some reason it just refused to work. Oh, now I need to reconnect my YouTube chat. Oh, streaming surely is the hardest profession in the world, especially when you don't know what the fuck you're doing. Okay, let me. Hello. Let me see if the chat works correctly. Hopefully it does. I don't know. Otherwise, I don't know. Oh, okay. It works. Great. Whew, okay. So let me add one more thing to the stream overlay. I am very sorry with what I'm about to do, but it has to be done. Has to be done. Okay. So yeah, from this point onward, there will be a donation goal because my bankruptcy hasn't ended yet, and I need to do something about it, and I need to do something about it at least in some form. Now let me move this as well. Oh, I had so little time to prepare because of the video that I had to publish today for some reason. It's a weird thing that my brain does sometimes. That I have to finish something right now. So yeah. Um hopefully no more hiccups today. Yeah. Okay. Let me see that everything is fine. You're going to cringe a lot reading this. I hope so. Well, it is. Everlasting Summer is a very cult classic, or should I say, classic Russian um, not web novel, visual novel. Not really a dating sim. I don't think so, at least. But yeah, we'll see how it goes. I'll try to narrate things because I don't think that there is a voiceover for it. And judging from how I did like 1 or 2 years ago with my hentai dub that you can find on my Boosty page right here, or just in my videos. There is a video that how I got punished um, for predicting the the best anime of the summer very poorly. So yeah, check it out if you want to. If you don't, don't. Okay. Let's see how it goes. I will turn off uh, the Doki Doki OST. Let's see. Let's see. Let's see. Bum 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 bum. Oh, now I need to move everything. Shit. I wish I had more time to do this stuff. I wish I wasn't this fucking. I don't know. Okay, here it goes. It's almost cinema time. Okay, maybe let me move myself a little bit here, right under the chat. By the way, did you add patch that unlocks all content? The one that you sent me, right? I didn't have the time to do that, so I'm streaming via VPN. So if there are any hiccups, please tell me. I'm very nervous about it again, but okay. Let's blow this popsicle stand. Okay, let's English. English. Cool. So, okay, it doesn't. Oh, I got scared there for a second. Soviet games. Okay, so again, hello. Today we're playing Everlasting Summer for the first time. Hopefully, I can finish at least one route today. There are like 6 of them or something, if I remember correctly, and about 14 endings. I'm not sure how it's structured just yet, but we'll figure it out. Okay, so this game is a work of fiction and its author's imagination. It does not aim to offend, insult, or discriminate anyone on a religious, social, economical, species, or any other basis. Any violation of the player's aesthetic sensitivity, active citizenship, or any other spiritual impulse lies on their conscience. Okay, so if we get too horny, that's on us. Great. Any resemblance of the characters to your real or imaginary friends, neighbors, colleagues, tulpas is entirely coincidental. All the heroines are of 18 years old and have confirmed their consent on participating in this game in written form. Okay. An excerpt from the screenwriter's medical history can be provided on demand. That's great. That's good to know. The game does not contain any propaganda of voluntary or not ending one's life. Oh, that's a great disclaimer to have. Okay, not a single mascot, animal, or human was hurt during the creation of this game. Happy reading. I sure would like to be happy. Oh no, I mean the game, but never mind. It's best used when you finish the game part. So if you're talking about the NSFW content, I don't think I unlocked any of that just yet. I found it on the Steam workshop. I found the mod. I even started or added to my favorites, but I don't think I activated it. And if I did, you will no longer see me on this channel. Or so yeah, that will be a fun thing to find out on the stream. Okay, enough of that. let's move on. Бесконечное лето. Everlasting summer. Ooh. Ooh. Okay, it's a bit too loud. I'm sorry. Hold on. Oof. Okay, great. So yeah, new game, save game gallery. No options. I don't see them, at least. So that's good. Most dangerous stream just yet then. Okay, bro. That's a bit too much of that. Let me make the game louder on your end, but not on my end. Okay, new game. Dear Pioneer, you are on the verge of wondrous discoveries. The doors of the most wonderful place in the world, our favorite Camp Savyanak, have opened before you. You'll remember this session for the rest of your life. Welcome. Okay, let's go. I was having that dream once again. That dream. Same thing every night, but it's all forgotten in the morning as usual. Maybe it's for the best. Only a glimpse of memory will remain, of gates half opened, as if inviting me somewhere, with two frozen stone pioneers standing close by. Okay, so if that's how it's gonna be, let me move myself to someplace else. Maybe here would be good. Hold on. And let me make myself a bit. Oops, not that. A bit smaller. We'll figure it out. No worries. Oh, and also, since I did that there, I'm sorry, I'm all over the place. Oh, fuck. Oh, no. Okay, that's good. This thing will also be here, just in case, if anyone wants to help me out. There is an option in the description to donate. Okay, let's go. And also that strange girl who keeps asking me. Will you come with me? Come? Come? But where? And why? And where am I, anyway? Of course, if it all happened in real life, I would certainly have been scared. Well, what else would one except to feel? But this is just a dream. The same one I see every night. There must be a reason. You don't have to know where or why to realize something is really happening. Something desperately seeking my attention. Since everything that surrounds me here is real as things in my own flat. I could open the gates, hear the hinges creak, brush the crumbling rust away with my hand, inhale the fresh cool air, and shiver from the cold. I could, but to do that, I would need to pick myself up, take a step, move my hand. But this is a dream. I understand that, but what of it? What does my understanding change? Because here, it's just like on the other side of the cracked screen of an old TV, which struggles to fight against static noise and strives to show its audience everything without missing a single detail. But the picture is getting blurry. I must be waking up soon. Maybe I should ask her something? The girl. What's her name? About the stars, for instance. Why the stars, though? I'd rather ask about the gates. The gates! The towers! Uh, yes, the gates. She would be so surprised. Or better, why the dot over an I was called a title, but the dot over a J was called a superscript dot. Okay, nerd shit. Nice letters. Cool, bro. As if they don't exist anymore. Still, what do letters, gates, and stars have to do with this place? Because even if I'm having this dream every night, which will be forgotten soon anyway, I've got to look for answers here and now. And there, if you look carefully, you can see the Magellanic Clouds, brother, as if I ended up in the southern hemisphere. In a dream, there are the small things that catch your attention, an unnatural color of grass, impossible curves of straight lines, or your own distorted reflection, while the real danger, which could put an end to everything right here and now, seems trivial. It's natural, since here you cannot die. I know it for sure, I've done it hundreds of times. But if you cannot die, is there a point in living? I should ask the girl. She's a local. She should know. Yes, exactly. I should ask her about the owl, for example. Brother, what are you smoking? One strange bird it is. Okay. Though, it doesn't matter, really. Will you come with me? And every time I have to answer. It's the only way, otherwise the dream will never end and I will never wake up. So I don't know, but maybe. I don't think it really matters what we pick here, so yes, I'll come with me. Sure, buddy. Every time it's so hard to decide on the answer. Where am I? What am I doing here? Who is she? And why does so much in my life depend on this answer? Or maybe it doesn't. It's just a dream, after all. Just a dream. Cool. Okay. Uh-huh. We're a nerd. Mm-hmm. The computer, the keyboard, the monitor is also here. Good to know. The fuck are we looking at? Okay, okay, it's the watch. Kind of like 4chan, but for us, Russian kids, Russian-speaking kids. The computer screen stared at me as if it was alive. That's concerning. You should check that. Sometimes it really did seem to me that it was conscious of itself, had its own thoughts and wishes, ambitions, that it had feelings, could love and suffer. Aw, you empathetic little bitch. As if in our relationship, the screen wasn't an instrument. It was me who was a lifeless piece of plastic and... Кого, блядь? Textilite. The fuck is that? There is some truth in that, probably because the computer provides 90% of my communication with the outside world. Anonymous image boards, some chats from time to time, rarely ICQ or Jabber, and forums even more rarely. We eepy. We're an eepy boy. People on the other end of the internet cable simply do not exist. No, they do. I exist, for example. All of them are simply creations of its sick imagination, an error in the source code, or a kernel bug, which started living a life of its own. It's a motherboard, my dear. uh, okay, I understand that. Now I know what the fuck that thing was. I'm not that tech savvy, you know. I guess you could tell from how long it took me to set up the camera. If one looked at my existence from the outside, such thoughts would seem crazy, and a psychologist would surely give me a bunch of sophisticated diagnoses and maybe write me a doctor's referral to the loony bin. Yeah. Mm-hmm. Cool pictures, bro. A small apartment with no signs of repair or any semblance of order in it, and always the same view out of the window on the grey megapolis running somewhere day and night. Such are the conditions of my life. Well, of course, it didn't all start like this. I was born, went to school, and finished it, like all the others. I was accepted at a university where I spent a year and a half trailing behind and struggling. I drifted through several jobs. Sometimes I was working out quite it was working out quite well. Sometimes I was even getting decent money for it, but it all felt like it was not mine, as if taken from another man's biography. I wasn't living life to its fullest. I was looping over and over in monotonous circles. Okay. Um, kinda real. Not gonna lie. Like in the movie Groundhog Day. It's just that I had no choice on how to spend my day, and every day repeated itself, the same vicious spiral. A spiral of emptiness, misery, and despair. For the last 2 years, I just sat in front of the screen all day. Sometimes there were menial jobs, sometimes my parents helped me. All in all, I was able to provide for myself. No wonder, really, since my needs are quite minor. I hardly ever leave my home, and my communication with other people almost exclusively consists of online correspondence with the anonymous who have no real name, no gender, no age. So, in brief, a quite typical life of a quite typical antisocial person of his time. Kind of Donnie Darko on a minor scale without doomsday related visions. Okay. That's a that's an odd reference, to say the least. Author really wanted to share something with this lengthy intro. Yeah, I guess. Maybe some highly respected author, there's a typo here, huh? Will write a novel about me and it will become a contemporary classic of modern literature. Or I will write one myself. Well, you're not exactly an author, then you're an author. So, yeah, good luck with that. However, what's the point of fooling myself? I tried many times, but I couldn't even come up with a simple short story. I tried to learn many other things as well. Not gifted enough to draw. Programming, got bored. Foreign languages, takes too much time. The only thing I loved doing was reading, but still, I never would have called myself a scholar. Perhaps I was an ace at watching anime and a grandmaster of lame internet jokes. Yes, this game gets me. Yeah. Huh. Oh, sorry. If I were to get paid for it, I would probably be a happier person and a richer person too, but I doubt it would fill the hole inside me. Um, kind of real. Oh, look at that. Today was another typical day of a typical failur's typical life. And today is the day when I have to go to my university reunion. Frankly speaking, I really didn't want to. What's the point? The time I spent with them was so short. However, I was persuaded by a friend, my former university mate, and one of the few with whom I kept in touch other than through the internet. Okay. University grad reunion. Good. Good on you. You should go to those. I never went though. Because no one invited me. Which is a shame. I'm quite an interesting person. When I keep silent. A frosty evening. Bus stop, waiting. I never liked winter. Though hot summer is not my season either. It's just that I see no reason to point out any particular time of the year. It doesn't matter much what the weather is outside when you stay at home 24/7. The bus today was running so late that I was about to curse it all and spend my last few hundred rubles for a taxi. The idea of just returning home didn't cross my mind for some reason. As usual, millions of thoughts flew through my mind, but there was not a single useful one to seize on. Such a thought that you could bring into existence, give a shape, turn into an idea, and put into practice. Maybe I could start my own business. But where would I get the money from? Or maybe I could go back to working in an office. Oh, no, no, no way. Maybe I should try freelancing. But what skills do I have and who would want me after all? Who would want me after all? Okay, that's depressing. I suddenly remembered my childhood, or rather, my teen years, the time when I was 15, 17 years old. Why exactly those years? No idea. I guess it's because back then everything was much more simple. It was easier to make decisions, so complicated now and so simple then. Waking up in the morning, I knew exactly how my day was going to pass, and I always eagerly looked forward to the weekend. Then I could get some rest and have time for the things I liked: computer, football, going out with friends. And then, at the beginning of next week, I'd take up my studies again. Back then, there were no such worrying questions like why, who needs it, what will change if I do it, or what will not change. A simple lifestyle so casual for any normal person and so odd to myself today. That careless childhood age. It was also then that I met my first love. Her appearance and personality have vanished from my memory. Only her name remains, like a brief line from a social network profile, along with the feelings which overwhelmed me when I was with her. Affection, tenderness, the desire to care for her and to protect her. Sadly, it didn't last long. Today, I can hardly imagine something like that happening. I would probably like to meet a girl, but I don't know how to start a conversation, what on earth to discuss, and how to attract her. Well, I haven't met my suitable girls for any suitable girls for a long time. But where could I meet one anyway? Okay, finally, that bus took quite a while to arrive. The sound of an engine brought me back to reality. A bus pulled over. There was something abnormal about it, I thought. Then again, it doesn't matter. Only the 410 runs this route. Ah yes, the pearly gates of a mysterious flaming bus. Let's go. street lights pass me by. It's as if they're cold like light sparks inside of me, trying to ignite feelings long dead. Or maybe not ignite, just awaken them. Because those feelings, they have been living in me for a long time, slumbering and waking up again. Okay, hold on a second. My cats are up to something devious today again. Yeah. The driver's radio was playing some very familiar tune, but I wasn't listening to it. I was watching the cars passing by through the fogged up window. Because people are always rushing somewhere, chasing something they need, stuck on their own little worlds. Why would they care about mine? They probably have their own serious problems, or maybe they have much easier lives. You can't know for sure, since all the people are different. Or are they? Sometimes someone's actions can easily be predicted, but if you try to look inside his soul, you will only see impenetrable darkness. The bus was approaching downtown, and my thoughts were interrupted by the bright city lights. Hundreds of billboards, thousands of cars, millions of people. I watched this slideshow, and somehow I got terribly sleepy. Okay, bro. My eyes closed just for a moment, and then oh, did my okay. The music, bro. The music, though. Okay. Slavia. Lena. Oh my god. Oh my no. No. Uliana. We know who not the romance. Alisa. Miku. Okay. I knew she's in there, but okay. It's kind of funny. I imagine they would give her a different name. Бесконечное лето. Everlasting summer. Great stuff. Okay. Day 1. Let me go fix my camera real quick because something happened to it. Hold on. Is it? Yeah, it's frozen. Hold on a second. It looks like it looks like that my camera doesn't want to charge while I'm while I'm using it. So I guess I will have to replace the batteries as we go. Oh. Let me do something about it. Hold on. It will take just a second. Okay. Now the battery should be recharging faster. Bright daylight struck my eyes. At first I didn't pay attention, so I wasn't fully awake yet, as I wasn't fully awake yet. On their own, my legs carried me towards the door. Simeon. I guess that's our protagonist's name. Damn, looks like I fell asleep and missed my stop. But there was no door. I looked around the bus and realized that it wasn't a good old worn out Liaz. Instead, the bus was an Icarus model, a new one. I froze in shock. How? What? Am I dead? Bro, that's your first reaction to being in a newer bus. Okay. Cool. That's a normal human response. Have I been kidnapped? No, I must be dead. I patted myself down feverishly, slapped myself painfully in the face a few times, banged my forehead on the back of one of the bus seats. Okay. It's clear. Either I'm still alive, or you can still feel pain when you're dead. One thing's likelier than the other. But how could this happen? Maybe I slept for too long and ended up at the bus depot. And then what? Did they put me onto another bus? Damn. I rushed out and took a look around. Greenery wherever I looked, tall grass on the roadside, trees, flowers. Summer. An everlasting one at that. But how? It was winter just a moment ago. My head was aching unbearably, as if it was going to explode. Slowly, I began to remember. We've regressed. Okay, I don't think so. A long road running off into the distance. Forests, plains, fields, lakes, and forests again. I think I was sleeping, but then how can I remember all of it? And then, a gap. Some girl leaning over me. She softly whispered something into my ear. Then a gap again. And then I woke up here. Who was that strange girl? Or was she just a dream? For some reason, thinking about her made me feel better and calmed me down a little. I felt warmth all over, coming from the inside. Could it be her who brought me here? Then I need to find her. And the best place to look for her is away from here. I rushed to the left, then to the right, then stopped, hesitating over where to go. Finally, I ran in the direction from which the bus had probably came. Physical exercise does refresh one's mind. Thoughts become clearer, and it gets a little easier to evaluate the surrounding reality. Not in my case, however. I was sitting on the roadside, wheezing and trying to ease my sore throat by gulping breaths of hot air. In any case, the run did its job. The fear withdrew for a while. Maybe I really am just dreaming. Though, recalling my self-harm on the bus, I immediately rejected the idea. What now? Huh? I am... okay. He's talking about slapping himself. What? What am I saying? Slapping himself on the cheeks, brother. So good. I am neither dreaming nor dead. A narrow... excuse me. A narrow road ran through the field and far into the distance. That exact same road from my dream. I must be very far away from here. And it's not just that it was winter yesterday and it's summer now. It's the whole environment. Of course, summer is usually like this, green and hot, but here everything is not entirely lifelike. But here everything is not entirely lifelike. Everything looks like it was taken from the paintings of Russian landscape artists of the 19th century. The grass is just too lush. The bushes are not like what bushes, bu, come on, bushes should be, as they are so thick that you can't see anything through them, like treetops, honestly. And the trees themselves, the forest was quite far away, but the trees looked as if they had closed their ranks and were now just waiting for the order to advance into the fields and plains. I caught my breath and looked at the bus, which was now barely visible. That was a good run. Yeah, fear overtook me once again. Those power lines. There must be people here. But what does that mean? In fact, that means nothing at all. Couldn't they have power lines even in hell? Probably not. But a good observation. I give you that. Roasting sinners over hot coals? That's so last century. I must have reached the point of no return after which you should either lose your mind completely or finally try to understand what is going on. And while I was having a choice, I should pick the second option. Good one. I slowly headed back to the bus. Of course, it was scary, but I'm not likely to find an answer in the fields or the woods, and this wretched bucket of bolts is the only kind of link that I have with the real world. Savionok, Pioneer Lager, a pioneer camp. I should carefully scout the area. Savionok means outlet. Yeah, thank you. A brick wall and its gates crowned with a Savionok sign, statues of pioneers standing on either side, and a road sign nearby showing the bus route number 410. The trip's taking a bit too long today, I smirked. A person may start acting inappropriately in extreme situations. Something like that is probably happening to me now. This place didn't look abandoned at all. No rust on the gates, no damage to the walls. Savionok. What could have a name like that? Judging by the pioneer statues, it could be a kid's summer camp. Moreover, it appears to be open. Of course, the simplest explanation, logically speaking, explains nothing at all. The strange girl, the altered boss, summer, the pioneer camp. Thousands of theories went through my mind instantly, from alien abduction to lethargic sleep, from a hallucination to a time and space shift. Okay. None was worse than any other, but there was really no way to pick a single one. Then it occurred to me, I can try to make a phone call. I took out my cell phone and dialed the first number from my contact list. Okay, no service. But instead of signal strength bars, the screen was showing a thick cross. Alright, there may be no signal in such a remote place. Though I cannot be the only one who came here. Buses don't drive themselves. I examined the bus from all sides to make sure that it wasn't a hallucination. Imagine the bus just disappears here. And he's just like, ooh! Bits of dirt on the bottom, some rust here and there, faded paint and worn out tires. No, this is definitely a very ordinary Icarus. Yeah, exactly the kind of bus which takes you to places beyond your understanding if you carelessly fall asleep. Sure. I gave a nervous chuckle. It came out by itself, sporadically, because this wasn't the right place of time to laugh. But where on earth is the driver? I cautiously sat down on the curb beside the bus and started to wait. My patience didn't last long. My anxiety seemed to have reached its peak and I started to go slightly mad. In such a situation, anyone would have probably felt something similar. Aliens and parallel universes were gone from my imagination, leaving only void and darkness. Huh. Flashbang. Is this how everything will end? How my life will end? But I wanted to do so much. There were so many things that I had no time for yet. I was overwhelmed by the idea. This was definitely the end. But why? It's not fair. Surely I'm no worse than anyone else? God, why? Oop. Okay. Tears were burning my eyes unbearably. I curled up and started rolling in the grass. That's a natural response, I guess. Why? Why did I do? Why me? But my cries were only heard by the speechless statues of the pioneers and a bird on a tree. And a bird on a tree, I'm sorry, which immediately flapped its wings and took off, crying out something in its own bird language as if laughing at the idiot who dared to interrupt its after-dinner nap. I was left breathless from weeping and just lay quietly, sobbing occasionally. Okay. After a while, I managed to pull myself together. My mind cleared up a bit, as if terror and the fear of death gave me a little break. All in all, if someone wanted to kill me, what is it all? What is all this? What is all this for? Okay, I'm sorry, I can't read today. It doesn't look like an experiment either. If this is just some crazy coincidence, then there's probably no threat. Anyway, for now, it seems there's no danger. The panic was soon gone. Of course, the blood was still pounding in my temples and my hands were still shaking, but at least I could think clearly now. Right now, there is nothing I can really change anyway. So no matter how much I think of or how mad I get, it would only make things worse. Good. Until some actual facts appear, there is really no point in making guesses. In any case, I won't learn anything by lounging about here. This camp, if of course it is really a camp, looked like the only place where people could be, so I decided to go there, and hardly had I reached the gates when a girl came out from behind them. Oh, what's her name again? Slaviana? Wearing a pioneer uniform. My logic didn't let me down this time. Then again, a pioneer uniform in the 21st century, and then again, a girl here? I froze, unable to take a step. I felt very much like running away. Running as far as I could from this place, far from this bus, gates, and far from this bloody bird with its siesta. Just running, free like the wind, faster and faster, waving to the planets passing by, winking at the galaxies. Okay, now, let me tell you this. A person who wrote this shit is a maniac. How do you say it in English? In Russian, it's just graphoman, the one who likes to write stuff just to write because he likes the process of writing. And okay, waving to the planets passing by, winking at the galaxies. Okay, man. Sure. Running, becoming a pulsar ray, and turning into vestigial radiation, running to face the unknown. See? Run no matter where, as long as if it's far away from this place. Meanwhile, the girl came closer and smiled. I could not help but notice her beauty, even though I was trembling with fear. A normal human reaction to a woman. Okay, well, I'm a married man, by the way. Human instincts work independent of consciousness, and while only 5% of the brain is responsible for cognitive process, the remaining 95% are always busy sustaining life, and in particular, ensuring stable functioning of the hormonal system. So, we got a boner. Thanks, system. I desperately wanted to get less. What? Oh, okay. I desperately, I desperately wanted to get less complicated and stop thinking in formal quotes from an encyclopedia, though my thoughts appeared one by one, being stupid, out of place, as if taken from an internal monologue of the hero of some junky softcover crime fiction book. A pretty Slavic face, long braids that looked like two armfuls of fresh hay, and blue eyes you could drown in. Now, this is the part where things get interesting, because now I need to pick a voice for every girl. So, what voice would Slavia have? I don't know. And by the way, let me make the audio a bit louder for every one of us here. Okay, she's cute. We'll give her a cutish voice. Hi, you must have just arrived. And now, yeah, okay, that works. Hi, you must have just arrived. Okay, let's reply. Yeah. All right then, welcome. She smiled broadly. Strange. It looked as if I had a normal girl in front of me. Bah, I shouldn't have returned here. The woods and fields seemed better. Okay, bro. But what shall I do next? Try to speak with her as if she was a human, or run away, or what? The blood was pumping unbearably in my head, in both my heads. In fact, tearing it apart from the inside. A little bit more, and the poor pioneer girl would be splattered with the gruesome contents of my skull. And not just my skull, I assume. What's so funny about that? The girl looked me over. It sent shivers down my spine, and my knees started to tremble. Nothing? Great then. Great? What's so great about that? Suddenly, a thought crossed my mind. To hell with it all. Forget about the bus behind me, the fact that it was winter yesterday and summer today. I wanted to rip off my itchy sweater and just accept that all this is just actually happening. Everything is as it should be. All this is for the best. For the best. Would you happen to know? You should go to our camp leader. She'll tell you everything. Look, you go straight ahead. What the fuck was that? Look, you go straight ahead to the square, then turn left. You'll see several small cabins. She pointed at the gates as if I knew what was behind them. Okay, let's talk about patronymics, since the game talks about it. Well, you can ask someone where Olga Dmitrievna's cabin is. So Dmitrievna, in that context, is a patronymic, a derivative of a person's father's name, in this case, Dmitri, but put by Russians after the person's first name as a sign of respect or formal address. Cool? We learn something new every day. I am, Got it? Of course I didn't. Well, I've got to go now. The girl waved her hand at me and disappeared through the gates. It seemed as if, to her, I was something ordinary. And all this show with the bus and the travels while awake or asleep were troubling only to me, while everything here is just the way it is supposed to be. Olga Dmitri. Olga Dmitritsson. Okay, that's a good one. Wow. Yeah. So we're about an hour in, and we're only now getting to the pearly gates of the Savionic Pioneer Camp. I meant Olga Dmitrod. That's okay. Camp leader, pioneer uniform. What are they doing? A historical reenactment here? I hope I won't find Lenin standing atop the unarmored car in this square. But even that would not surprise me right now. After standing alone for a while, I headed into the camp. Finally! Yes! A mere 50 meters ahead, a small one-story house popped up on the left side. The sign near the door said, Clubs. I was about to come closer. Kinda gave me a jump scare, not gonna lie. When the door suddenly opened and they... Huh? Okay, is everything okay with the stream? Because I see that something is wrong. Also, if my camera freezes, tell me. I'll change the batteries. When the door suddenly opened and a short girl wearing a pioneer uniform came out. Oh my god. Her pretty face gave me the impression of one suffering for the fate of the whole world. What the fuck? Her pretty face gave me the impression of one suffering for the fate of the whole of mankind with a truly universal sorrow. She's just angry, bro. Look at her face. She's just angry. Or hungry. One or the other. As soon as she saw me, the girl froze, as if frightened. I froze too, considering what was the best to do. To approach first or wait until she showed me some initiative. Or maybe run away after all. That's a good option. Although this last option was constantly being suggested only by my self-preservation instinct, at least that's what I'd like to believe. Not the worst human instinct, but far from the most logical. If this instinct played poker against deductive abilities, the outcome would be predetermined. And those deductive abilities, or at least their semblance, were hinting to me that there was no need to be afraid of this girl. And then there's this. Okay. Suddenly, somebody jumped out of nearby bushes. Okay, let me make it like you. A girl wearing a bright red t-shirt with USSR written on it. Oh yeah, bro. Yeah. I like it. Such a perfect reproduction of the age. Age of what? She's like, fuck. She looked quite short from a distance and was probably younger than both pioneer girls. The one at the gates and this girl at the door of the clubs. At last I decided to come closer, but the USSR, as I called her in my mind, jumped towards the first girl and started telling her something while wildly waving her arms. The other girl... Huh? Ah, yeah. Brain fog. The other girl in turn seemed confused and lowered her gaze, remaining silent. I would have probably continued to observe their amusing dialogue, but the USSR suddenly pulled something out of her pocket and started waving it in front of the first girl's face. This something turned out to be a grasshopper. Okay, let's do it. I'm sorry. The first girl squealed. She must not be too keen on insects, and she as she instantly rushed off towards the place where Lenin presumably made his speech about the workers' and peasants' revolution. That is to say, towards the square. The USSR glanced at me, grinned playfully, and dashed after her. Not a bad start of the day. I have absolutely no clue where I am. Besides that, there are some kids who here role-playing as pioneers. And as far as I can tell, this place is located thousands of kilometers away from my home. It might even be a different reality. Huh? And this was indeed a reality. I mean, everything around me seemed so real, if a little embellished, that I was starting to think that, in fact, my previous life could have been just a dream. And what am I supposed to do now? Okay, let's go find Olga Dmitrievna or something. I don't know. I was picking at the cracked paving stones with my shoe and staring aimlessly at the club's building. Just a few more seconds before I have to come up with some decision. That's when I recalled myself rolling on the Come on, I can do it. That's when I recalled myself rolling on the grass, weeping. I cringed in disgust. Perhaps, perhaps it's another instinct. When all energy for whimpering and self-pitying is used up, the body either goes into hibernation or mobilizes its reserves. My God. Mine seemed to have chosen the second option because out of the blue, I found the determination to figure out what was going on. And in order to do that, I had to act like a man, like a human, to maintain the dignity of a representative of my own world. I followed the path to the left, on the right side of which stood small cabins, apparently the homes of the local pioneers. Actually, they looked quite cozy from the outside. And though I was born in the Soviet Union, I had never been a part of its children organizations, neither the pioneers nor even the younger October children. I imagined the daily life of a typical pioneer camp a bit differently. Huge barracks with long rows of metal bunks, wake up call at 6 o'clock played by a siren, 1 minute to make your bed, then joining the formation at the drill square. Or wait, could it be? Could I be confusing it with something else, like a prison or the army? Suddenly, something struck me on the back. I staggered but remained on my feet, turned around, and prepared to fight heroically for my life. Hello there. But all I found was another girl standing before me. My mouth hung open in surprise. Pick your jaw up off the ground. Okay, hold on a second. I closed my mouth. The same pioneer uniform, but the way she was wearing it looked, let's say, provocative. Like all the girls I had met here before, this one was rather cute, but her overly arrogant expression killed any desire to get to know her better. New here? Okay, come on. Okay, let's pick a voice for her. I need to pick a voice and maintain it. So she's your old regular tsundere. Let's try to do something tsundere-like. I don't have my voice changer turned on because it messes up with the stream. So yeah. New here. No. New. Come on. Okay. Let's think this through. That's what the fuck am I doing? Okay. We'll figure it out. Let's go. Kind of like general direction from now on. New here, are you? Huh? Fine. See ya. She drew a threatening glance at me and walked past. I waited for the pioneer girl to turn at the corner. Who knows what else she might have been up to? The most interesting thing that was even this hos- the most interesting thing was that even this hostile girl seemed completely normal to me. She did not give off the feeling of some deadly danger, which is how things should be. Okay, except maybe the danger of getting punched in the nose. At last, I managed to make in. At last, I managed to make it to the square. There was no letting on an armored car, although one could easily expect something like that after all this had happened. Instead, however, a monument to a certain comrade towered in the middle of the square. The letters on the pedestal read Gyanda or Janda. What? Okay. Must be some big figure in the party. There were some small benches at the sides. It's quite pleasant here. But then, where did that girl tell me to go? Huh? To the left or to the right? To the left, to the right, to the left, to the right. And why am I going there anyway? Ah, right. I've decided to pretend to be normal. Huh. So, to the right. Through a small grove, I came out at a pier. I must have taken a wrong turn. Hey, wrong way. I turned towards the voice. Oh, mama. That girl stood before me. Now, what did I tell you? Take a left at the square, wasn't I? She had changed from her pioneer uniform into a bikini. Oh, I still haven't introduced myself. My name is Slavia. Actually, my full name's Slaviana, but everyone calls me Slavia. So you can too. Uh, uh, yeah? I still felt a bit confused, so I could not come up with a more meaningful answer. And what's your name? It felt like she could see right through me. Yeah, Simeon. Nice to meet you, Simeon. Alright, I'm almost done here. Could you wait here a minute? I'm going to change and we'll go to Olga Dmitrievna together. Agreed? Agreed? After this exchange, she ran off. I sat on the pier and let my feet hang into the water. I was wearing heavy winter boots, but in such weather there was nothing wrong with it. Nothing wrong in getting my feet wet. Furthermore, it let me cool myself a little. Looking at the river, I was brainstorming and processing everything that has happened. If this is some kind of conspiracy, it's a weird one, even too friendly at times. No, it really looks more like a random event. Some entirely incomprehensible random event. Shall we go? Slavia was standing beside me, dressed in the pioneer uniform again. Yeah, let's go. I've been here for a very short time, but of all the people I've met, she looks the least suspicious. However, this fact is already suspicious itself. We walked to the square. The USSR girl and the girl who hit me on the back were there, chasing each other. Is that some kind of game they're playing? Uliana, enough running. I'll tell everything to Olga Dmitrievna. Aye, aye, Captain. Aye, aye, Captain. I need to go even higher, but okay. I decided not to question Slavia for a while about what was going on or the local residents. Better meet with this mysterious Olga Dmitrievna first. Sounds like she's the boss here. We walked past the rows of almost identical cabins, some of which looked like fat beer barrels, while others looked more like household sheds. Finally, Slavia stopped in front of the smallish one-story cabin. it it looked like an artist's painting. The faded paint, chipping here and there with age, was sparkling in the sun. The window shutters, slightly ajar, were swaying almost unnoticeably in the wind, and huge lilac bushes were growing at the sides. It seemed as if this ramshackle hut was drowning in a storm of purple silk, and the lilacs, like some elemental force, were inexorably destroying the troop leader's house. What are you standing here? I'm sorry. What are you standing around for? Let's go. Slavia snapped me out of my daydreaming. And stop teasing Lena already. Huh? The fuck? Re- I think Lena. Sounds like there's someone inside. Indeed, a moment later, the door swung open and Uliana ran out and dashed past with the same mischievous grin. I'm sorry, I need to go get some water, otherwise I will die. Should have done this from the start. Okay, cheers. Okay. The pigtailed girl came out next. Don't let it bother you, Lena. So her name is Lena. Gotta be thankful it's not Rena, at least. But I don't. Instead of finishing her sentence, she blushed and quickly headed towards the square. For some reason, I felt like turning and following her with my eyes, but Slavia said, "Come, whose route am I going for?" So I kinda have an idea how this works. I've looked things up. Um, but I don't know. Oh, Fantamas. Uh, cool movie. Watch it. I haven't quite decided on whose route I'm going to pick. Maybe I will just fool around and go for the Simeon's route, which is the fuck around and find out route. Should be relatively easy to get as well. And hopefully in a reasonable amount of time. Anyway, we entered the cabin. Inside, it looked like something similar to what I'd imagined. Two beds, a table, a couple of chairs, a simple carpet on the floor, a wardrobe. Nothing special, but at the same time it felt like homemade and cozy, although this room was almost in the same state of disorder as my own flat. Strange seeing Fantomas second time on your channel in a span of one day. Where I get my... yeah. That's great. Didn't expect that at all. When I was growing up, I watched like all the movies. I had a few comics. They were in French. And they were not... It's not like I had them. My uncle has a little bit of a collection, or had at least. And so this is where I found out about it, about Fantomas and everything. I couldn't understand the language at the time, so I just scrolled them, pretending that I know what it says. Okay, let's continue. The girl standing near the window appeared to be about 25 years old. Nature had obviously gifted her with a pretty face and a good body. At least one thing can keep you happy in this pandemonium: the locals are beautiful. Okay. You're finally here. Excellent. My name is Olga Dmitrievna. I'm the camp leader. Nice to meet you. I'm Simeon. I decided to talk as if I wasn't surprised by anything that was going on. She came closer. We've been expecting you since early morning. You've been expecting me? Yes, of course. And when does the next bus come? Because And why do you need it? Yeah, right. Why would I need it? Guess I shouldn't ask direct questions. The people here may react to them quite unlike how I'd prefer. And I doubt I'd get any answers. No reason. Just curious. By the way, where are we exactly? Our mailing address, I mean? I wanted to send a letter to my parents to tell them I got here fine. For some reason, I had the desperate idea that if I played along, I would find something out. Oh, but your parents called just half an hour ago. Send their regards to you. Now that's a surprise. So, can I call them? Because I forgot to tell them something before I left. No. She gave me a sweet, spontaneous smile. Why not? We don't have a phone here. Oh, okay. Then how could my parents make a call to here? Suspicious? I've just come back from the district's central town. I talked with them there. And, so that's how it is. And can I somehow get to the town? No. She kept the same smile. Why not? Because the next bus only comes in a week. I decided not to inquire how the troop leader managed to get there and back. I would get no answer today. Shame there's no Olga's route. Yeah, I see. That's a shame. By the way, what the fuck is that? I'm very sorry. My throat is killing me. I shouldn't have streamed today. Okay. All this time, Slavia was standing next to me and seemed to find nothing odd in our conversation. Oh, we need to find a uniform for you. I've got absolutely no desire to put on pioneer shorts or to wear the ridiculous red neckerchief. However, wearing winter clothes in summers isn't a great idea either. Right, thank you. I wonder if I'm the only one here who finds it strange that someone's wearing a coat and winter boots in such heat. Radio, I'll be off then, and you can get yourself acquainted with the camp. Don't forget to come to dinner in the evening. Okay. Having said that, she walked out of the cabin. No, walked is not the right word. She rushed out. I ended up alone with Slavia. I must go too. Got things to do. Take a walk, look around the camp a bit. See you in the evening. If there is no threat or catch to this, then this reality, as embodied by Slavia, becomes more and more appealing. Fuck. For the first time today, I realized that it was awfully hot here. Although obviously my winter clothes were to blame for that. I took off my coat and dropped it onto the bed. My pullover followed it, and I was now wearing only the shirt. That's much better. All I could do now was follow her advice and go look around the camp. I'll try to find something out in the meantime. Passing the local residential district, I saw a pioneer guy coming my way. And it was really a pioneer guy, not a pioneer girl. Apparently, there were men even in this kingdom of Amazons. Hello, you're new here. Hello, you're new here. You must be Simeon, right? And how do you... Everyone knows already. I'm electronic, by the way. The real one. You can call me that. A quick history note. Electronic was a robot character appearing in popular Soviet film and book series. He looked like an exact copy of a school kid called Sergei Chizikov? Or Chizikov? I don't remember exactly. Electronic. Huh. The real one. Things were going from crazy to completely insane. Alright. Uliana also calls me cheesy. Cheesy? On toast? With mushrooms? Because my last name is Chizikov. I see. Let me show you around. I accepted his offer, as if it would have taken much longer to get to know this place alone. Fine, let's go. We ended up at the square again. As if this place was all there... Huh? As if this place was all there is... All there is... Okay. As if this place was all there is to this camp. Lena was sitting on one of the benches reading some book. Electronic confidently approached her. Hello, Lena. Meet the new guy, Simeon. He started briskly. Hello? Well, you could say we've already met, in a way. Yes. She looked away from the book for a moment, glanced at me, blushed and went back to reading, as if not noticing that we were still here. Alright, let's go on. I was at first surprised that meeting this girl was reduced to a couple of words, but then I thought that it was better that way. Electronic's vigorous activity did not fit well with Lena's shyness. Let's go. Okay, looks like my camera froze and no one told me. So let me fix that real quick. I really need to figure out how to make this thing work with a, I don't know, buy some cord for it, because it looks like it cannot go on without a battery, and it's supposed to feed off of battery. And yeah, I need to find some power source for it before the next stream. Okay, let's continue. Next, we came to a building which I instantly identified as a canteen. And this here, I know, this is where you consume organic food. Yeah, something like that. On the canteen's porch stood the unfriendly girl who hit me on the back earlier. At the sight of her, my joking mood vanished in a blink of an eye. Really, now is not the best time to be pulling this guy's leg, even though he is quite hilarious. First, I need to figure out what's what here, or at least where I am. Her, over there, that's Alisa... Кого, блядь? That's Alisa Dvachevskaya. Okay, Dvachevskaya. Got it. That's Alisa Dvachevskaya. Be careful around her. He spoke in a whisper. Don't even risk her calling Dvach. uh, don't ever risk her calling her Dvach. She doesn't like that. Dva means two in Russian. The whole nickname sounds exactly like Dvach in Russian, a reference to the late Dvach.ru anonymous image board. So, a quick thing that I found out while researching the game is that that Everlasting Summer was made in a in a way that it is by a bunch of guys from the Dvach image board. Um, so they like came together as a collective. Some dudes who wanted to make a visual novel, basically, in the Soviet style with Soviet girls, to romance. And so this was a many year ordeal of different guys coming in and out of the project, consolidating again and again on the Dvach forums. And in the end, they somehow made a legitimate game. So I assume, if I remember correctly, um, Alisa, right? Alisa. Okay, I'm sorry. Alisa was one of the one of the first suggestions to the game. What did you say? What did you call me? She must have heard him. In the blink of an eye, Alisa jumped down from the porch and dashed towards us. All right, you'll manage from here on onwards. Electronic took to his heels. Let's do nothing. Alisa, running past, stopped for a moment and growled. I'll deal with you later. Deal with me? What did I do wrong? I added a forced, guilty smile to my words. But what am I guilty of? She made no reply and carried on chasing Electronic. Okay, that was loud. Huh. Looks like I'll have to kill some time alone waiting for dinner. I decided to go east. At least in the direction where east would be in my world. Soon after, I found myself near a football pitch. A game was in full swing here. I guess watching it for a bit wouldn't do any harm. In my childhood and teen years, I was not a bad player myself and even thought of going professional. But a few injuries in a row killed my desire to risk my health for the sake of uncertain chance in the game. Kids of different ages were running around the pitch. I could see a boy of about 10 and a girl of about 14 years old. A girl of about 14 years old. Yeah. Hey, that's Uliana. All right, so she plays football. What's so surprising? She seems a restless one, after all. I was standing quite far from the pitch, but she still noticed me. Hey, you! Uliana shouted. Wanna play? Wanna play? I didn't know how to answer. On the one hand, running around for 10 minutes is no big deal. On the other hand, any wrong move in my situation could be my final one. But in any case, my attire wasn't suitable for this weather. If I played in winter boots and warm jeans, I would sweat like a pig. Yeah, bro. And playing barefoot and without jeans would simply be unethical. Maybe another time? All right. I shouted in response, turned around, and walked back. I was followed by Uliana's screams about my pants or about me being a pansy or something like that. Anyway, I do not want to go near you. Evening was falling, making me feel tired and empty after a day wasted with no real purpose. I came back to the square, sat down on a bench, and gave an exhausted sigh. I'd better sit here and wait for dinner. After all, it's easier to search for answers when you're not hungry. They do give food to the people here, right? You know, it's curious how the simplest human needs can break the will to ponder on things, to strive for something. For example, I feel hungry now, so I care much less about where I am or what is happening to me. Could great people also be affected by this? And in that case, how did Spartacus start the slave uprising in ancient times? I can only conclude that I am not a great person, and it does not really matter which mechanism I serve as a gear in society, the Matrix, or a weird pioneer camp. My thoughts were interrupted by the sound of bells chiming from a loudspeaker on a light bulb. It must be the dinner call! I headed towards the canteen. It was a good thing that now I knew where it was. Olga Dmitrievna was there, standing on the porch. I stopped and looked closely at her, as if I were expecting something. She looked back at me for a while, but at last came closer. Simeon, what are you waiting for? Come in already. I guess nothing bad can happen if I go with her. My stomach backed me up here. The two of us went inside. The canteen looked like a canteen. Duh. I'd had a chance to visit a factory canteen at some point in my life. This one was exactly the same, just maybe a bit cleaner and more modern. Metal chairs and tables, glazed tiles on the walls, on the floor, unsophisticated tableware with the occasional crack. Guess that's what a canteen in a pioneer camp's supposed to look like. Simon, wait a moment, we'll find you a place to sit. Excuse me. She looked around the place. Dvachevskaya, hold it right here. Olga Dmitrievna shouted at Alisa, who was passing by. What? What's up with your clothes? Anything wrong with them? Indeed, her attire looked somewhat provocative. Get your uniform nice and neat right now. All right. Okay, I need to decide on what voice I should do for Alisa. It's getting annoying. Alisa got her shirt right and walked past, shooting an unpleasant glare at me. So, where can I find you a place to sit? There weren't a lot of free seats. Go over there, next to Liana. Maybe I shouldn't sit with the miner? Yeah, it's fine. The food is already on the table too. I had no other choice but to accept. Of course, there was the probability that the cutlets were poisoned with curare, the mashed potatoes generously seasoned with arsenic, and the glass filled with an excellent antifreeze instead of compote. Okay, another, Russian culture... Oh, I'm sorry. Short little lesson. Excuse me, I need to move it here. In common Russian language, cutlet, is minced meat fried or baked in the shape of a ball or a cylinder, close to American patties. Compote is a drink made by boiling fresh or dried fruit in a large amount of water. Compote is compote in French. Okay, so that's a French word. But it all looked so tasty that I had no chance to resist. Hey! What do you want? I replied rather rudely to Liana, who was sitting next to me. Why didn't you play football with us? Because of my clothes? Said I, pointing at the source of the problem. Oh, alright then, eat. However, there wasn't much left to eat. My cutlet was missing from the plate. Huh? Only she could have done it. No more. no, more precisely, none but Uliana could have done it. Give me back my cutlet! In a big family, you snooze, you lose. It can cost you a cutlet if you are careless. Give it back, I'm telling you. Okay, this is, I'll make it a little bit less loud. So, a story from my life, basically. When I was younger, like 6 or 7 years old, I also went to a summer camp, to a Catholic summer camp, and I was probably the youngest child there. And so this is the thing that would happen to me, like this situation that is that we're facing right now, is something that would happen to me pretty much every morning, because I was a little bit late to wake up. I only started to learn how to make a bed, especially if it wasn't my own bed, it was like a bunk bed that you have to go an extra few steps to properly make. And so I was always late for breakfast, at least like 5 to 10 minutes. And because of that, I never really had a proper breakfast for like 1 or 2 weeks that I was there, because before I could arrive, by the time I was like in the canteen, all the food was gone. Well, not all the food, but the majority of food was already eaten by those older pigs. I don't know how to say it more softly, because those guys that lived with me in the room, they ate like motherfuckers. They ate so much. So every breakfast I was hungry. Every breakfast I was there, and there was nothing left for me to eat. So I can relate a little bit to this situation. I'm sorry, it was a bit random, but dude, so relatable to me. Okay, attempt to take the cutlet. Do not attempt to take the cutlet. So let me quickly look at what I can do here. Okay, so if I attempt, let's attempt. Let's get points with every girl for now. Let's attempt to take the cutlet. Be friendly, be playful, and so on and so forth. I looked at her menacingly and was about to reach out my hand. See, I don't have it. This explains the malnourished part on Discord. Yeah, it's true. And indeed, Uliana's plate was empty. It seemed that this little girl eats as fast as she steals someone's cutlets. Take it easy, we'll work something out now. She grabbed my plate and ran off. There was no point in following her. If they really wanted to poison me here, they could have done it in a much easier way. This guy is so paranoid, by the way. About a minute later, Uliana returned and handed me the plate with a steaming hot cutlet on it. Ooh. Here's one for the starving. Thanks. It was all I could say. I was so hungry that my suspicions were gone in a flash. I picked up the cutlet with my fork and What the fuck? Some bug! No, not a bug. An insect. It got legs and it's wiggling. The plate fell to the floor and broke into pieces. The chair hit me hard on my leg while falling. I've disliked insects since I was a child, but when these creepy crawlies appear in my plate, that's just way too much. You little... Uliana seemed ready for such a twist and was already at the door, laughing as if she had just heard a fresh stand-up comedy joke. I dashed after her. We ran out of the canteen. We were just a few dozen meters apart, and I felt I would catch this little girl easily. We ran through the square, past the club's house, and ran into the forest path. I started to gasp for breath. I should have quit smoking, I guess. Uliana passed out of sight on the next turn. It can't be true that she managed to get away from me. It simply can't. I stopped and tried to catch my breath again. Night was falling. Looks like I'm lost. It's a bad idea to stay in the woods at night. Better get back to the camp. However, I had absolutely no clue which way to go. Well, gotta choose at random. Okay. More trees. I wandered for quite some time in the forest and even thought of crying for help, but finally I saw the camp's fence beyond the trees. Everything fell back into place. The bus is gone, I mumbled quietly. On the one hand, there was nothing strange about that. The bus couldn't just stay here forever. On the other hand, it meant there was someone driving, because buses do not drive themselves. Or do they? This world seemed too normal, but every event... Thank you. Hello there. Okay. Hold on. Cutlet Fund. Thank you. Thank you, Anonymous, for donating 666 rubles for the Cutlet Fund. Okay. Thank you. Thank you very much. This helps a great deal. Really. Thank you. That's... I don't know what to say. I'm just really, really grateful. Thank you. It means the world. It means the world to me. Especially in this economy. Anyway, let's continue. Thank you. Didn't expect that. This world seemed too normal, but every event here had at least two explanations for it. An ordinary, real, everyday explanation, and a surreal one. Certainly, the driver could have just been off for a snack and I left too soon, but that's why... In any case, this is not the place for me. Whether that bus drives itself or not was probably an important question, but it was much more important to know how I had got here at all. And where this here was. The fields and the woods stretching towards the horizon had no answers. There was nothing familiar about them. A strange, odd, and alien world. However, at the same time, it was absolutely not frightening. Either my self-preservation instinct decided to resign from its job, or all this running around the camp and the local pioneers had lulled me so much with their carefree normality that I was simply forgetting what had happened to me just a couple of hours ago. Although I probably just had no strength left to worry. All I wanted was some peace, calmness. I wanted to just have a break from it all. And only after that would I continue looking for answers, ready and reloaded. However, that would be some time later. And what about now? Can I allow myself to relax? Sure hope so. It got completely dark, and in any case, it was better to spend the night in the camp. I was about to head back when someone came up silently from behind. Okay. Hello? What are you doing here so late? Uh, it was Slavia standing before me. I was so surprised that I jumped. So you didn't catch Liana, do you? Did you? She smiled. I nodded disappointedly and sighed. No wonder. No one ever has. Yeah, she's a real rocket girl. She could have found a better use for her energy than looking for adventures. You must be hungry. You didn't manage to have a dinner after all. Indeed, I had completely forgot about my hunger. But after these words of her left. Okay, hold on. But after these words of hers, my stomach drew attention to itself by giving a traitorous rumble. Slavia smiled. Let's go then. What, to the canteen? Is the canteen still open? It's all right. I have the keys. The keys? Yes, I have the keys to all the facilities in this camp. How come? Well, I'm something like a camp leader's okay, ID here. I see. Well, let's go then. It was an offer you can't refuse. When we reached the square, Slavia stopped in her tracks. Excuse me, I should warn my roommate that I'll be late. She's so punctual herself that she'll be worried otherwise. You go on to the canteen and I'll come in a minute, alright? Alright. I really did not expect to find somebody aside from myself there at such late hour. And that somebody was apparently trying hopelessly to open the door. I already know who it is. Without any secret thoughts, I walked up to the porch. The lockpicker turned to be Alisa. I should have probably kept off and waited. She looked at me intently for a while, then said, Don't just stand there. Give me a hand or something. Meaning? Help me open the door. Why? 'Cause I want some buns and kefir. Dinner wasn't big enough. Is that really a good idea? Aren't you hungry yourself, huh? Oliana didn't let you have a normal dinner, did she? She smiled sarcastically. It's true, she didn't. It's fine. Slavia will come now and... What? Guess I shouldn't have said that. I'm off then. And you'll pay for this. You owe me 2 already. 2 what? Having said that, Alisa disappeared into the night. And what was the first one? Huh. A mystery is afoot. Slavia didn't keep me waiting for too long. Is everything all right? Yeah, why are you asking? No reason. It's nothing. It would be better if I didn't tell her about Alisa. Everything's fine. Yeah, cool. I said that and immediately heard a note of dishonesty in my voice. Well, shall we go? As for Slavia, she seemed not to have noticed anything. Or at least she was pretending she hadn't. We entered the canteen. Yes. Wait a bit, I'll go get something. I sat down on a chair and obediently waited for my savior. Ooh. My dinner was simple, a few buns and a glass of kefir. No wonder I bet hungry pioneers finished everything off. However, even that was far better than most of my usual diet. Slavia sat across the table and looked at me while I was eating. Is there something on my face? No, just why are you looking at me? Why are you looking at me like that? Okay. She smiled. So, how did you like your how did you like your first day in the camp? Well, I don't really know. It's silly to ask someone who suddenly found himself in a different reality whether he liked the food in the canteen, the camp leader, or his assigned hut. It's alright. You'll still get used to it. Slavia stared out the window dreamily. Frankly speaking, I have no desire to get used to such things, but as for her, she doesn't know. Or at least she wants me to think that she doesn't know. Well, all in all, it's nice here. I had to somehow break the awkward silence. Okay, let me do it like this. Do you think so? She asked without any interest. Yeah, this place is so... I wanted to say retro, but I managed to hold that back. After all, it was retro for me, but what about them? It might be the only kind of life they knew. In terms of life, if the term life was applicable here at all. So how? She watched me closely, as if something important depended on my answer. Well, I don't know. Lovely, yeah. Yeah, it's lovely here. I guess you're right. She smiled again. It's very good that you think so. Why? Well, not everybody likes it here. And what about you? Me? Yes. I love it here. It's great. Then you don't need to worry about what other people think. Well, I don't really worry. Slavy laughed. This conversation seemed to be leading me far astray from where I wanted it to go. Okay. And you're worried yourself. Really? Why do you say so? Well, when someone is chewing so intensely... I'm sorry. It's okay. I couldn't bring myself to be more cautious around this girl. But why her in particular? Why not any other local inhabitant? Every one of them looked completely normal to me. Precisely normal. So normal it sends chills down my spine and into my marrow. Normal like a neighbor with a power drill in one hand and a subwoofer in the other. Not like a passenger you can offer meat in a what? Not like a passenger you can offer meat. You can often offer. I'm sorry. You can often meet in a subway or on public transport. Not like a co-worker at the next table in an open plan office. And not even like a friend who only differs from other humans in his constant insistence. All of them looked normal, as I would expect them to be, with their own downsides but without any superpowers. And Slavia was also cute. I glanced at her stealthily, not knowing what to say. I'm sorry, I wanted to show you the camp, but ran off my feet. I didn't miss anything while on my own, I guess. Are you sure you haven't missed anything at all? She smiled so brightly that I had to drop my eyes in confusion. Well, how would I know? It's my first day here. Okay. And what have you seen so far? I've seen the square, this canteen, the football field. And what about the beach? Oh, about the... Oh, no one told me, again, about the camera. Okay, hold on. Hold on a second. Hold on. Pop this bad boy. Okay. Okay. Fixed. One second. Yep. Now everything should be fine.
And what about the beach?
Uh, just from afar?
You really should go there. Oh, let's do it together.
Yeah, okay. We will. Her naturalness started to scare me, but then I thought, what if everything that happens here is how it's supposed to be, and this world looks strange only to me, while for them it's normal? Maybe I was thrown into the past? Yes, that would explain a lot. Can I ask a stupid question?
No.
Ha! Okay. Slavia smiled and stood up from the table.
It's late. Can you find the way to Olga Dmitrievna's by yourself?
Of course I can, but why should I go there?
She'll settle. She'll settle you with someone.
What for? Probably this question seemed stupid because Slavia bursted into good natured laughter.
You need to sleep somewhere, right?
That makes sense.
Fine. I'll be off then. Good night.
Night. It's strange that she left in such a hurry. A bundle of keys left in the door lock caught my attention. I was going to catch up to Slavia, but where does she live? And knocking on every door during the middle of the night didn't sound like a bright idea. Um, uh, okay. Let me see if it does anything for anyone. Um, Hold on. I kind of. Hold on. Oops. You know what? Let's not care about it too much. I will probably just take the keys because that's a reasonable thing to do. Um, okay, let's take the keys because that's a reasonable thing to do. La 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 la. Okay, great. Mm. I'd better take them. I'll give them back tomorrow because who knows what happens here at night. Such thoughts gave me chills. It's me who needs to be careful here in the first place. The night, though dark, wasn't silent at all. One could hear chirping crickets, the song of the night birds, and rustling trees from everywhere. A sudden desire to follow Slavia's advice and go to the camp leader's cabin appeared. I don't know why, but the sight of the unknown bronze builder of communism put me in a constructive mood. Um, Hold on a second. Something. Okay, we're back. It was a little F, little tiny baby F. I sat on the bench and started to recall everything that happened today. That was all my constructive mood could offer. Here was much brighter than near the canteen, and toddler pioneers were running by, so this place didn't seem scary at all. Bus, summer camp, girls. I was so tired from everything new and strange that I could not come up with a single explanation for what was going on. I heard a barely noticeable rustle nearby. I shivered and looked in that direction. A girl.
reading a book. Lena, I decided to move closer and talk. She was the only new person I had met here without exchanging even a few words. Hi, what are you reading? Lena was so surprised that she even jumped. Sorry, didn't mean to scare you. Never mind. She blushed and stared at the book again. So, what are you reading? On the cover was written Gone with the Wind. Praise the book. That's a normal thing to do in that situation. A good book. Thanks. Honestly speaking, I haven't read it, but I think that such literature suits her very well. Lena didn't seem to be interested in continuing the conversation. Well, if I'm bothering you... No, she answered while still looking at the book. Can I sit beside you for a while? Why? And really, why? Maybe just because I was very tired and having company is better than being alone? And maybe I wanted to try to find something out from her. I carefully examined Lena. But no, I doubt that. Well, I don't know. I'm not allowed to. Feel free. But if I'm bothering you... No, you're not. I can leave. Just say. Everything's alright. Okay then. I sat on the end of the bench, carefully. After such an intense talk, staying here was the last thing I wanted, but it wouldn't be nice to just stand up and leave. That didn't really go well, huh? Lena hasn't answered anything. It seems I made a fool out of myself. I bet if Uliana was here, she'd have a good laugh at me. Do you enjoy being here? I recalled the Slavish question and thought it would be a good start for a conversation. Yes. She smiled slightly. I guess I like it too. Lena definitely isn't very sociable and probably can't carry on a meaningless conversation as easily as Slavia. But there was something about her that attracted attention. Like a momentary glimpse of a reflection in the glass on a rainy autumn evening, which makes you turn around and stare into the darkness, searching for something that you saw out of the corner of your eye. Of course, you weren't able to distinguish or understand what it was, but it still felt so tempting. Lena was still reading the book without paying any attention to my presence. And I had no intention of asking her anything about this camp or this world in general. Beautiful night. Yes. How in the world would you start a conversation with her? It's late. I have to go. Yeah, it's quite late. Good night. Night. There was something strange about this girl. At first glance, she was a typically shy and modest pioneer girl, but the mystery of Lena took its own place in the massive list of mysteries about this camp which I had started to put together in my head. Okay. A lazy evening. There's a lazy evening. There's nothing like a good time with nothing to do. I headed towards Olga Dmitrievna's cabin. The light in the house was on. Hello, Semyon. You're quite late. Yeah. I went for a walk and look around the camp. All right. You will be sleeping here. She pointed her finger at one of the beds. Right here? I was a bit surprised. Yeah, is something wrong? We are out of free cabins anyway. The camp leader smiled, but I rather think it was just out of politeness. You want to be a decent pioneer, don't you? There was a clear emphasis on the word decent. Yeah, sure. I was lost in thought for a moment. Don't you mind it, mademoiselle? She looked at me oddly, with surprise and some offense in her eyes. A pioneer should respect their elders. Olga Dmitrievna was said strictly. What the fuck did I just pronounce? Of course he should. No one argues with that. I bluttered, not realizing what was wrong. Shouldn't you also? She stared at me under such a gaze even mithril forged by the best dwarf masters from the deepest dungeons would melt. Should I what? What's up, dudes? Annoyance and a lack of understanding made me raise my voice. You must address adults appropriately. Yes, of course, there are a lot of strange things here. But this girl is just a couple years older than me. Sorry. Or maybe even younger. But I decided not to argue. Well, just a few minutes ago, I would never have called her an adult. I have to admit that she was also given a strong character. And in any case, I wasn't in a position to argue. As you say, ma'am, I mumbled. That's much better. That is how a decent pioneer should conduct himself. And now it's time to sleep. Honestly speaking, I was going to become neither decent nor an indecent pioneer. Just yesterday I wasn't going to become a pioneer at all. But do I have choice now? If you don't want to, we'll have to make you. This is the motto Olga Dmitrievna was probably going to use. I climbed onto the bed and closed my eyes, only to realize how tired I was after today. Something hammered in my head awfully, as if my brains had started a night shift. And they seemed to be aimed more at rolling steel than working on something more sensitive. The bus flew through my mind. And the square with the monument, the canteen full of pioneers, and the malicious face of Uliana. Damn. Slava. Lena. And even recalling Alisa didn't give me too much of a negative feeling. What if I'm here for good? Oh, that really puts an everlasting in the everlasting summer. Okay. I was having a dream. It seemed like I was in some kind of vacuum with nothing but nothing around me. But not only around, I was the only creature in the universe. As if the universe had returned to a state of singularity right before the Big Bang. And something was just about to happen. Suddenly, I heard a voice. I could not make out the words, but it sounded familiar. The voice was whispering something gently, as if soothing me. And then I realized it was the voice of that strange girl from the bus. The girl from the dream. But what is she trying to tell me? Who is she? I woke up. Bright sunlight struck my eyes. It was almost noon. After stretching lazily on the bed and yawning, I started to recall the previous day. In a few seconds, all its events passed before my eyes. The bus, the camp, the local inhabitants. No, that's just wrong. Not this whole situation, not me being here. It was wrong by default. My attitude toward what was happening was wrong. Because yesterday I fell asleep here just like that, and before that I chatted nicely with the local pioneers, even managed to crack a few jokes. Well, I wouldn't call them that. How could I act like that in such a situation? I should be frightened, startled by every little rustling, should avoid all contact with the potentially hostile creatures. Women. The last day's events were getting hazy, like I had a hangover. This really feels like the morning after a heavy drinking party. Yesterday's natural, flawless, absolutely normal conduct becomes a nightmare in the morning, a grotesque illustration from the Divine Comedy. Sorry. Yeah, it's just like that, and I can't change the past now. Then again, I had probably assessed the situation and was acting accordingly. I glanced around, trying to figure out whether I had been thrown somewhere else, but Olga Dmitrievna's cabin looked the same as yesterday. Everything seemed to be in its place except for a pioneer uniform was hanging from the bed head. Okay. I fumbled with it in distrust and tried it on. At least this is better than walking around in winter clothes. Wish I could see myself, but I look like a clown. And for that, I needed a mirror. At least a tiny one. I finally found one on the wardrobe door. Huh? Holy! I looked at the newfound pioneer and jumped away in surprise. There was some teenager on the other side of the mirror. He resembled me, but he wasn't me. Where did the wig stubble go? Where were the bags under my eyes? The slouch, that deathly fatigue on my face? It seemed that I had not been thrown back in time or into a parallel reality, but instead had simply changed bodies with someone else. What an unfortunate fellow. Right, that's real simple. Such things happen every day. I took a closer look at the stranger, and only then I realized that it actually was me. It wasn't, and just wasn't today's me, by me, the one from between my school and university years. Well, at least that's something. There you go. The person in an extreme situation did fail to notice the elephant in the room after all. But the camp leader noticed it, and last night she told me off for addressing her without proper respect. Screw that. I doubt my appearance affects anything else. If the clock was not lying, breakfast was long over. Oh well, I'll try to find something in the canteen. It worked out well yesterday with Slavia, didn't it? Those memories made me smile involuntarily. The sun was shining brightly outside, a light breeze was blowing. A beautiful summer day. I had not felt so good in the morning for several years. All problems were gone, vanished into clouds that were white as snow. Olga Dmitrievna came out of nowhere. Good morning, Semyon. Morning. I smiled, doing my best to show that no matter what, my morning was indeed good. You only arrived yesterday, so I decided not to wake you up, but breakfast. Never mind. Here, take this. She handed me something wrapped in paper. Judging by the oily stains, there had to be sandwiches inside. Oh, thank you. Now, go wash yourself. I was about to leave. Wait a second. Olga Dmitrievna quickly ran into the house and came out to shove a small bag into my hands. Inside it, I found a toothbrush, soap, a small towel, and something else. I did not look too closely. A pioneer should always be clean and tidy. Let me do your neck. Let me do your neckerchief properly for this first time. Yours is askew. You should do it yourself. You should do it yourself once you learn how to. Do we have to? I'm going to wash myself now. Yeah, right. It could get hooked on the tap and strangle me. Okay, bro. Fine, later then. And don't forget about the lineup. Pencils, paper, drawing lines. You don't forget such things. We were warned in the beginning about cringe. What's your take so far? Looks rather sane as far as VNs go. Um, you know what? It kind it it's very normal so far, but um, this whole paranoia stuff, um, and the way the internal monologuing works, it's kind of that's kind of cringe. Uh, this these fucking episodes that he has when he just goes off on a tangent about space or whatever. These things kind of like okay, bro, shut up. Um, but so far so good. Oh, webcam bros, motherfucker. Hold on, I'm fixing it. The fuck? Okay, so it looks like each battery holds about, um, I don't know, 30 to 45 uh, minutes of streaming. So, yeah. Yeah, random tangents are bane of VNs. I mean, yeah. But these are kind of egregious, not gonna lie. um, like a few months ago, I finished, what was it? Um, World End Syndrome, which is a really is a really good visual novel. Um, and it was one of my first ones. So before that, I I played like Danganronpa and the likes. So I consider them as well. I consider them visual novels as well. This was like my first proper big one, like 60-hour long one. And it sort of didn't have that much internal monologuing. It was really sparse. Um, so yeah, I don't know. So far, I'm really enjoying it. Although I, some of the voices I just can't figure out. Man, that's rough. I wish I could plug in the voice changer for it, but it would ruin the whole thing. Anyway, um, while we're here, I need to check something. Uh, because I'm having a suspicion that I might not be able to finish a route today. Let me check real quick. So about yeah, about 7 hours for a run. Yeah. Okay. Well, if we can't finish one today, we'll finish. We'll do it. Every week on Saturday. Anyway, let's continue. I have about 3 hours left to stream before my wife comes home. So yeah, in that amount of time, we have to do the most we can. Anyway, pencil, pencils, paper, drawing lines. You don't forget such things. What lineup? What do you mean, what lineup? She frowned. It's Monday today. Weird. By my approximation, it should have been Sunday. Then again, a shift in the day of the week is hardly the worst thing. Usually we have lineups early in the morning before breakfast, but it's Monday today, so we are having it at 12 o'clock. Don't be late. All right, but where? At the square. Where else? There was no reason to argue. I headed to the bathing place. Bathing place. I knew I could I knew I could forget about separate showers and toilets, but at the sight of this malfunctioning symptom of decaying socialism, a funny turtle with a tin shell, bow taps, and a ceramic belly, I felt sick. I was not a squeamish person, but nevertheless, I realized that there was still some minimal level of habitual comfort which I found in troublesome it which I found it troublesome to do with. Okay, that's a weird sentence. It's often like that. When you lose things that you thought were ordinary and common, you suddenly understand just how essential they were. Screw this, as if I have any choice. The water was ice cold. While washing my hands was not an issue, washing my face and my mouth became a big problem. There was no toothpaste in the bag which Olga Dmitrievna gave me. I could brush my teeth without it, but there was a small round box wrapped in the towel. Tooth powder. Cute. 1 point for me being somewhere in the past. I washed myself quite quickly, and also due to the ice cold water. Someone was coming quickly, or more like running towards me. I turned around. It was Slavia, dressed in a tracksuit. This girl would probably look good in anything. Pioneer uniform, bikini, probably even a spacesuit. I'm turning the NSFW mode after after I finish this completely in my spare time. Hey there. Oh, Ohio. I mean, what's up? Good morning. Yeah. Oh yeah, real smooth. Why didn't you come? I'm sorry. I need to reestablish connection. Why didn't you come for breakfast? No, that's wrong. Why didn't you come for breakfast? I overslept. I said it as if I was proud about it. But Olga Dmitrievna gave me some sandwiches. Oh, great then. Don't forget about the lineup. Yeah, sure. As if I could forget. Right, I gotta run. Enjoy yourself. She waved goodbye to me and disappeared around the path's bend. Looks like it's a couple of minutes until the lineup. I should quickly pass by my home to drop off my washing bag and eat the sandwiches, and then head to the square. I swung open the door of the camp's leader cabin and rushed inside, as if jumping into the last car of a departing train. It didn't turn out to be the best idea, because inside I found Olga Dmitrievna, who was changing. I froze on the spot, trying not to breathe. Really? Finally, the camp leader noticed me. Okay, hold on. Let me do this for a second, just in case. Because I really am not sure if I downloaded anything. I ticked it that I had it in my favorites to find it later, but I'm really not sure what to expect. Simeon! I looked away immediately. Have you heard of knocking? Now get out. Okay, nothing happened. Nothing ever happens. Nothing ever happens. Okay, fine. We're fine. We're good. Yeah, that was real clumsy. Although I did enjoy the sight. Olga Dmitrievna followed me out of it. Followed me out in a minute. Okay, nothing happened. It's fine. We're good. Here, here, take this. Now it is your home too. The keys. She handed me the key. I put it in my pocket. Home. Of course, if you disregard how fantastical the current events are, this camp was far from being the worst place on earth. But to call it home, just other day, just after one day spent here, I doubt I'll ever be able to do so. All right, let's go. We're late. But what about the sandwiches? Just eat them on the way. We were passing along the lines of the pioneers' cabins while I was tucking into the ham sandwiches, and Olga Dmitrievna kept on talking and talking. She was buzzing like a game of Operation with Parkinson's. But I cared about nothing but the food. Understood? Huh? You weren't listening. Sorry. Today is the first day of your new life as a pioneer, and you should do your best so that it becomes a happy life. Yeah, definitely. I'm serious. A pioneer has many duties, great responsibility is great responsibility the fuck? Great responsibility is conferred upon him to participate in social work, to help his juniors, to study and study and study again. We here are all like one big family, and you will become a part of it. Yeah, a part. I'd even sign a party membership card if it could save me from listening to this nonsense. I hope that after your term here is over, you'll keep the most pleasant memories about our camp. Okay, something is happening again to the stream. A small F. Let me see. Okay, looks like it's fine now. Great. Memories that will last your whole life. And when will this term end? Why do you keep asking silly things? It seems I won't get any information from her. A shame, really. This work this world appears to be so friendly, but it never bothered to introduce itself to me. Perhaps now I can take things somewhat easier than yesterday. It seems like I have some unspoken ceasefire with it. It isn't trying to hurt me, but I'm forbidden from asking questions. Of course, this situation isn't a pleasant one, but what can I do about it? A bad peace, a bad peace is better than a good dispute. The most important thing for you now is to make the best of the time you will spend here. I'll do my best. Honestly, I was very tired of this conversation. It would be good to know where that here is. But we came to the square. The pioneers were already lined up. What? Is somebody not here yet? Nope. All here. She looked around at her brave pioneer troops. Alright, go stand somewhere. Weird. Why did she tell me there and why did she tell me there are no more sleeping places? While the chief was running her mouth about our plans for the week, I stared at the people here. Who's that? Didn't see her. A few heads away from me stood Electronic, a little further, Lena and Slavia, and at the end of the line, Uliana and Alisa. Everyone I had met was here. Olga Dmitrievna spoke about some competitions, and I turned up my attention to the monument. Genda. I could not remember any revolutionary with a similar name. He had a weird posture too, as if he was looking around with distrust, maybe contempt, or even disdain. Probably some local leader. Daydreaming? Daydreaming again? Slavia brought me back to reality. Olga Dmitryevna stood nearby. Still remember the plan for the week? The plan? I will never forget the plan. Perfect. She looked at Slavia. Did you bring it? Yes. Slavia handed me a piece of paper. It's a checklist. Here are 4 tasks to check off. Do it all today. Before you start, sign up for a club. There are some clubs in the clubhouse and a musical club in this separate building. Then visit the infirmary and finally visit the library. Got it? Yes. The checklist seemed like a good chance to find out something since I had to go to places I haven't been before. Then come off, start right now. What about lunch? Don't worry, I'll bring you more sandwiches. The checklist is more important. Good luck. Phew, yep. They departed too fast for me to ask anything else. Missed breakfast. Now I'll miss lunch too. Jeez, this ain't good. Maybe I'll manage it in time somehow. Lunch starts at 1 p.m. Then again, if I'll go there and I might miss a place from the checklist. Okay, it's too early to go to the canteen anyway. Oops. Okay, so now we have a choice to make where we want to go. Let me look things up real quick because la 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 la. Okay. You know what? Um, we'll kind of fuck around and find out what's going on. But we'll kind of start working our way through this game to get either one of 2 endings. So either the Simeon ending, which is kind of do whatever you like ending, or we'll go for Slavia ending, because she looks to me like the default girl of choice that you would probably pick first because of how much of her you see from the beginning of the game. And she's deferring to kind of reveal herself to you in a bikini and everything. So let's do that, I guess. Okay. Let's go. What do we have here? Okay, let's go to the library first. Can I move them up? No, I cannot. Library. Actually, I love reading, but spending my days in a library under the current circumstances was well beyond my scope. So I'd better hurry up with this checkpoint. As I stepped inside, a memory from my childhood emerged in my head. It was very vivid. I'm 7 or 8 years old. I'm at the library with my mother. While she's looking through the books I might need for my studies, I'm sitting in the corner and looking through her collection of comic books. Been there, done that. Back then, I didn't know why they had so many, or why couldn't I take some with me. The notion of collective property was something my mind hadn't grasped yet at that age. However, back then, the whole concept of property was pretty hazy to me. This memory seemed even stranger now while I was standing in this particular camp where they might have managed to build communism in 3 years. Soviet symbolism was all over the place, and the shelves were full of related literature. Of course, I wasn't planning to read any of these. Getting acquainted with a full collection of books by Marx was the last thing on earth I would think of. Where's the librarian? I didn't spend much time looking for her. I looked closely. Short hair, thick glasses, rather cute face. She was snoring so peacefully I couldn't just wake her up. I can wait. If she doesn't wake up in half an hour, then maybe I couldn't just sit there. So I took a random book from the nearest bookshelf. Arthur Schopenhauer. Кого, блядь? Schopenhauer. Okay. The World as Will and Representation. I opened it roughly in the middle and started reading. The life of a man, with its endless upkeep, wants, and suffering, is to be regarded as the explanation and paraphrase of the procreative act, i.e., the absolute claim of the will to live. And furthermore, it is also the reason the man owes nature his death, and thinks with anxiety of this death. It is not, is it not, is this not the evidence that our existence involves guilt? At any rate, we always exist, from time to time paying with death for our birth. We always exist and alternatively bear all the joy and sorrow of life, since neither or both can pass us without some effect. That is a result of our stated will to live. Okay, so they didn't translate that. Let me try to do this impromptu. And so, despite all the sufferings of life, the fear of death keeps us in there, in life, in the state of living, um, and becomes, by its nature, an illusion. Um, but the attraction that brought us to life is just as illusory. Okay, I guess. Uh, okay, now we have English language. Thank you. I do not have to do this again. This attraction itself might be seen objectively as the mutual longing glances of two lovers. They are the purest expression of the will to live in its affirmation. How gentle and tender it is! It wants happiness and quiet pleasure and mild joys for itself, for others, for all. Phew. Okay, someone knocked on the door. I decided I closed the book quickly and put it back in its place. What a nice habit, knocking on the door. I should pick it up. Yeah, you should, bro. It was Lena. Oh, hi. I smiled. Hi, I just wanted to return a book. She had the copy of Gone with the Wind that I saw yesterday. Oh, Jenny is sleeping. I'll come back later. I'm awake. I turned around in surprise to look at her. She eyed me closely from behind her table. What is it that you wanted? I needed to. I needed you to check here. Give it here. She quickly signed the paper and gave it back to me. She had this look on her face that made me want to keep quiet. Lena came up to her to return her book. I thanked Jenya and went out. At some point, I had okay. At some point, I had to make English localization for our game demo in 6 hours. I feel the pain of missing stuff here. Yeah. Uh. It's kind of hard to do it in synchronicity. Well, actually, I find it easier when you live translate someone like in parallel when they're talking. Like I did that before many times. But when it comes to text, when not just understanding the text, but actually translating it into English, that's kind of, or from English to Russian, Russian to English. It's kind of tricky, um, because you kind of want to. You cannot use the same language, basically. Uh, even in even if the overall meaning, the overall sense behind the words, um, is quite straightforward, to put it uh, to put it in such a wrapper that would fit it. And language is basically a container, a container that we use to put information in and deliver it to someone else. That's kind of hard because you need to make this container look good. Sure, you'll transfer your thoughts, you'll transfer the sense, the meaning of your words, but you kind of, no one wants to receive a messy package when they order something. So that's kind of the main trouble that I'm having when translating it in writing. Like I had to translate a few erotic anime novels before, when I was in my freshman year. So yeah, that was the whole thing, because I kind of that was such a brutal fucking part-time job, man. And it wasn't fun at all because, as I said, you kind of wanted it to be actually something that a person could read and understand. Anyway, that was a long tangent. I'm sorry. Let's continue with the game. So, what else do we have here? We can probably go to the canteen. Did you enjoy the prose? Oh yeah, brother. It was some fantasy novel about a guy. It was kind of berserk like. Like you have a dude with a big sword, with two big swords, one on his back and one in his pants. Uh, and I got this translation like kind of halfway through the novel because the guy before me dropped it, and then I came in. It was really confusing how it worked. Because the language did make sense to me. Like I understood the words, but out of context, I couldn't understand a damn thing, and it was not a good read. It was horny. It was, I mean, there was a lot of smut in there that I had to carefully translate. Um, but yeah, 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 yeah. I did not enjoy it. In fact, I kind of hated it. Uh, I don't think actually. No, I don't remember what it was called even. That's how I hated it. How much I hated it. Anyway, let's go to the kitchen. Nonetheless, I decided to go have lunch. The checklist isn't going to run away. I'll get it signed later, while my stomach clearly won't wait till dinner. With these thoughts, I entered the canteen. There was almost nobody inside, apparently. Most pioneers had lunch already. A lunch lady of impressive proportions provided me with a glorious meal of 3 dishes. A soup Ипрес... Кого, блядь? Ypres broth. I fucking know. Goulash from Lavrenti Pavlovich, garnished with potatoes, boiled according to the craziest fashion of 15th century with a periodic table compote. Hardly a menu five-star restaurant would envy, but I was too hungry to care. After all, compared to my usual meal of ramen and macaroni and cheese, this indeed wasn't too bad. I sat at the nearest table and concentrated on chewing. My focus was soon disturbed by a sudden, mighty slap on my back. I even choked. Uliana was standing in front of me with a victorious look on her face. I'll choke the life out if you have. Come on, блядь. I'll choke the life out of you one day. Okay, out of you, not me. Catch me if you can. She struck her tongue out. She stuck her tongue out. You tried once and couldn't. All right then, I'll ambush you somewhere. That's not fair. Look who's talking, Miss Fairplay. I grinned. Okay, you wait. I'll get some food and come back. We'll eat together. I could do without such company. Better hurry up with my lunch. However, Uliana came back after just half a minute. She had a huge roast beef on her plate and few large boiled potatoes. Compared to my royal feast, how do you... What? Where did you get that? Gotta know places. She looked at me and grinned with all her 32, or however many she had, teeth. I won't stand for this. I never was a master of pranks, and in school I often found myself on the bullied side, but I had to get back at her somehow. And what if Olga Dmitrievna finds out that you're stealing food? I'm not stealing, she flared up. That's what you're going to tell her. I wonder if she'll believe you. And how would she know? Well, that depends on many things. Like what? Uliana looked me in the eyes. Bring me a bun, a sweet one. Where am I supposed to get it? Well, the same place where you got all this? I pointed at her place. She hesitated. All right, one bun. And promise you won't tell Olga Dmitrievna. You have the word of a pioneer. She ran off towards the kitchen. Without hesitating, I opened the pepper box and emptied it into her drink. Cool stuff, bro. Real sleek. Just as I finished, the restless girl came back. Here, you racketeer. Looks like she didn't notice. Okay, now, who drinks his compote last? Now, who drinks his compote last carries trays. Don't be silly. Silly? Watch me. Watch me. I'm sorry, that was a wrong intonation here. I won't play these childish games. Look who's talking. I smiled maliciously. Huh, you watch me then. 1, 2, 3. She didn't even let me grab my glass and in one quick motion downed her drink. Yes. Yes. In just 1 second, her expression changed to that of authentic terror. Her cheeks went red and her eyes were about to pop out. She jumped from the table and rushed to the table with the drinking water, spitting and yelling as she went. You! You! I decided not to wait for her and went outside, giggling to myself while finishing my bun. Real smooth burn. Okay. Remaking half-assed work is usually worse than making from. Yeah, bro. I mean, And from my understanding, it was an English translation from Japanese, and I had to translate that into Russian. So that was that was terrible. Okay. What else do we have? We have infirmary, music club, and clubs. I guess infirmary. This thing. Okay, we just need to go everywhere. Okay, cool. La 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 la. Let's go to the I don't know. Let's go to the clubhouse then, I guess. I went to the clubhouse. To tell the truth, I never really liked extracurricular activities. At school, I used to find any excuse to skip extra classes. At university, I had no interest in participating in the student council. I wasn't interested in boxing, aeromodeling, or sewing, so I came here just to check off the box. Nobody was there. I found myself in something like a hut of a junior robot enthusiast. There were wires and simple printed circuits scattered everywhere, chips, and on the table proudly stood an oscillograph. I heard voices from another room, and then two pioneers appeared. Excuse me. One was electronic, and the other one I didn't know. Hi, Simeon. We've been expecting you. It seems he knows everything about everyone. Why were you expecting me? Well, of course, because you came to sign up to our cybernetics club, didn't you? He didn't let me answer. And this is Shurik. He's in charge here. I assume there's only two of you in the club. Well, you can say that. It's three now. Shurik came to me and assertively offered his hand. His face was somewhat familiar. Welcome to the club. Yep. Now I'll show you around. Make yourself at home. Guys, I just wanted to. We're always welcoming new members, he said in such a way that the anthem of the Soviet Union suddenly started playing in my head. Da da. Okay. It's amazing. I even remembered the words. In the first grade, I had a textbook with lyrics in the back. Союз неушимый one. Oh no, I just wanted you to sign my checklist. Yep, you sign up to the club, we'll sign your checklist. He grinned. I was getting ready for a long and boring argument, but then I heard someone enter. I looked back and saw Slavia. Ah, Simeon, I hope they're not giving you any trouble. She narrowed her eyes, looking at the future of the Motherland's robotic industry. I know these two. They can. Well, actually, I just need to get my checklist signed. I decided to take advantage of the situation. No problem. Give it to me. Slavia took the paper and marched up to Shurik. Shurik. Sign it. Hold on. We're not done yet. You're done. Sign it now. She gave Shurik such a threatening look that it made him lose every possible objection. He wrote some squigglies on the checklist. I thanked Slavia. Then I moved in a mellow mood. Okay, music club. I guess it doesn't really matter in which order I do them. The music club, a small one-level building, was located some distance from the other camp buildings. I opened the door and entered without hesitation. There were enough instruments for a whole orchestra here: drums, guitars, even a piano. I spent some time looking closely at every instrument, wanting to guess the time period they were from, but suddenly I heard crawling sound coming from underneath the piano. Oh my god! A girl seems like she was looking for something. Look respectfully. She was standing on all fours in such a suggestive pose that I hesitated to speak at first. Um, excuse me? Ah! Okay. Uh, who's there? She tried to stand up, but the bottom of the piano prevented her from doing so. Ouch! It's Hatsune Miku! Yay! Ugh. Now you know that this game was made by people on Dvatch. She struggled out. Sorry, I scared you. It's nothing. Oh, you got a checklist. You must be new here. Yes? My name is Miku. No, really, I'm serious. Nobody believes me, but it's my real name. My mother is Japanese. My dad met her when he was building. Well, it wasn't him who was building. He's an engineer, and he was working on a nuclear power plant there, or a dam, or a whatever. She was talking so fast she swallowed half the words she tried to pronounce. I'm Simeon. Great. Want to be in our club? It's only me here now, but it will be two of us then. Do you want anything? When I became antisocial, I bought a guitar and learned a few chords, but then I forgot about it since I quit everything that required more than a couple hours to learn. I wasn't planning to do anything like that, really. Oh, it's okay. I'll teach you. Maybe a trumpet, for example. How about a violin? I know it all. I know it all, honestly. Yeah, you're a virtual idol. There's no point in arguing with the orchestra girl since there was only another cascade of words waiting to blast at me. Hey, I'll think about it. Can you just sign it for now? Yes, sure. Give it to me. Be sure to come around. I sing too. I'll sing you some Japanese folk songs. Or maybe if you're not into that, something more contemporary? Sure. Thanks. Gotta go now. Of course. Come anytime. Come. Yep. That happens. So that just happens. The end of her sentence stayed inside. It might be nice to hang around with the guitar in the evening, but in such company, yeah. I turned to leave and came to face, and came face to face with Alisa. She eyed me suspiciously. Why did you come? Why? Why? Why did you come? The checklist? Got it signed? Yeah. Then move it. Alisa went inside and hurried to leave the place. And I hurried to leave the place. Damn. Okay, yep, and the last one, infirmary. What's the point of visiting the infirmary? My health was fine. The fresh local air clearly did me some good. I felt fresher than usual. But I just had to visit it, I guess. I entered. A common infirmary like my school's doctor's room. I will listen closely to these women's words and professional medical advice. I will probably do anything for her, especially if this soundtrack keeps playing. Damn. Do you know who I romanced in Persona 5? Take a wild guess. A middle aged woman sat at the table. Obviously, she was a nurse. She gazed intently at me, assessing me while continuing to write something. Well, hello, pioneer, said the nurse without being distracted from her work. Probably she didn't say it like that, but yes. Yeah. Good afternoon, ma'am. I have something. Sit down, please. I looked around the room. On the couch. I sat down. Strip. She said it all with an even tone. No, she didn't. No, she didn't. What for? To inspect, to auscultate. Fuck. To inspect, to auscultate, to check on your health, you know? By the way, my name is Violetta, but you can call me Viola. She turned to me. I turned on. What are you waiting for? Strip. But I have no health issues. I've got this. I neatly gave her the paper. Later. She took the stethoscope off her neck, seeming like she intended to probe me with it. Well, Ty got best Persona 5 fun art. That's true. That's the words of wisdom. You know what? I'm just I'm just happy with how things are right now. I don't want to move on. I'm cool. I'm I'm just yeah. That's the stream from now on. Okay, fine, let's go. But then someone knocked on the door. And now like the real nurse comes in. Yeah, kind of something like that. And this is not the okay, fine. Don't ruin. Come in. In a moment, the door opened while widely and electronic rushed inside. Hello, I fell during the football game. Nonsense, of course. I'm okay, but Olga Dmitrievna. There was a massive bruise on the electronic side. Don't ruin my time with this medical professional. I am very concerned about my health, and you running in is a direct violation of another person's privacy and his medical medical mystery. How's it called in English? I don't fucking know. Well, you get it. There was a massive bruise under Electronic's eye. I doubt that this could be a football injury. Sit down. I'll have a look, she said to him. And you, pass me your checklist. The nurse quickly signed it and continued. If something hurts, come to me immediately, pioneer. I decided not to answer and went out, closing the door behind me. That nurse is surely someone else. Damn. Finally, I got all the signatures. Now, I had to go back to Olga Dmitrievna and give it to her. She was sitting in front of her cabin, reading a book. Doesn't look like a good role model for the perfect pioneer that she was planning to turn me into. I wonder if her responsibilities extended beyond giving fiery speeches at the lineup, scolding Uliana, and getting involved into my moral, physical, and ideological growth. Here, I offered her my checklist. She placed it in her pocket without even looking at the signatures. Great! I could have signed it myself without going anywhere. Perfect. So, did you meet our nurse? Yes, I did. For some reason, her question sent shivers down my spine. So, which club have you signed up for? I didn't. I need to think first. Oh, that's a pity. It's vital for you to sign in somewhere tomorrow. Of course, sure. Right, it's time to go to dinner. About time. I was getting hungry and hangry. I headed to the canteen together with Olga Dmitrievna. I looked at the sky and noticed that sun was already setting. On the porch stood Alisa, Electronic, Uliana, and Slavia. As we came up, I heard what they were talking about. And never call me Dvache again, or you'll get another one. I didn't call you that. You're hearing things. He did. He did. I heard it all. You weren't even there. I was. In the bushes. Come on, you guys. Stop it. So it wasn't a football injury Electronics suffered earlier today. The nurse did a good job. I couldn't even see his black eye. Olga Dmitrievna came up to them and asked about the ruckus. What happened? Alisa and Chitikov. I didn't do anything. She shrugged with antipathy and went inside. Right, dinner time. I entered last. There weren't too many free seats. There were few free chairs near Alisa across the canteen, but I'd sooner starve for a week or two than risk my head near her. There was also a seat near Uliana, but I'm not into traditional Chinese whatever crawls cuisine. Okay, bro. Finally, a free chair near Miku. Looks like I'll have to pick my poison. You mind if I sit here? Oh yeah, sure. I mean, no, I don't mind. I mean, yes, you can sit here. I sat down. Look, it's buckwheat today. Do you like buckwheat? And chicken. I don't like chicken. Well, not that I don't like it, but if you'd ask me, what I would prefer, say stroganoff beef or ragu, no, maybe just a hamburger or a rump of steak. Do you like rump steak? I'm not that picky about my food. And that's the simple truth. Oh, is that so? But the desserts, they are really good. They aren't really good here. I like ice cream. Do you like ice cream? I just love 18 kopek. It's 48 копеек. And Leningradska. Oh, sorry, I keep talking about myself. Okay, so 48 kopecks, 48 копеек, and Leningradska are the ice cream brands popular in the Soviet Union. If I'm not mistaken, they're still produced, or maybe they're rebranded. At least, well, the facilities still operate. Maybe you like Eskimo better. Dinner was starting to get on my nerves thanks to such company. And I'm not the kind of person that can just ignore someone who's talking to them. Even her. We're at the same table after all. I once bought a waffle cone and started eating, and then you know what? I found a screw there. A real screw, can you imagine that? Or was it a bolt? I don't really know. Screws are those that you tighten with screwdrivers, and bolts are those that you turn with a wrench, yes? If there was a speed eating contest going on, I would probably be in the top 3 winners by now. Right, I'll be going. Enjoy your meal. Peace. I got up and headed outside. Miko was saying something, but her words were drowned by the crowd of loudly dining pioneers. Well, that was something. I went out and sat on the stairs, waiting for my dinner to settle down a bit. I just sat there and watched night falling. Everything is so lively here during the day. Kids laughing and yelling happily, falling and running around, constant chatter, games going on, oh, and swimming at the beach. But after dark, the camp changes entirely. The sounds of day were swapped for silence, only now and then broken by crickets chirping, or a night bird. The camp was going to sleep. In every shadow you could see this. You could see things. Maybe a ghost, or a spirit of the forest, or a wild animal. A human being would be the last thing to expect. That is how it looked last night. And now. The locusts followed their routine very strictly. In the day, the camp was theirs. In the night, it belonged more to the forces of nature than to humans. Someone touched my shoulder. I looked back. It was electronic. Let's go play cards, man. Cards? Yep, I invented a new game. A good one. A good? Like how? Well, first we got to find the cards, then I'll tell you. Then go find them. What's the problem? Only Olga Dmitrievna has them, so she won't give them to me. Why so? Well, the last time when Olga Dmitrievna and Slavia came out onto the porch. Olga Dmitrievna? Semyon? Olga Dmitrievna? Semyon just wanted to ask you about the possibility of getting playing cards. Actually, for what purpose? Okay, I fucked this whole thing up. We invented a new game. Not we, you did. What game? I need the cards to show you. I don't like this. Well, if Semyon is with you, then perhaps it's okay. To be really honest, we'll go fetch them together, Olga Dmitrievna. Okay, with Slavia. We're doing either Slavia or Semyon route first. So let's go and earn some points. If you don't mind, sure, let's go. We headed towards my cabin. Roughly halfway there, Slavia stopped. Hey, I just remembered. The cards are in my cabin. Good timing. And where's that? It's just down this road. Let's go. We reached the cabin that, in fact, looked more like a trailer. Just wait here a bit. I'll be back. It took her just a few seconds to come back. There. She showed me a deck of pretty worn-out cards. Those must be marked in and out. That's unsportsmanlike. What happened to fair play? What happened to fair play? Tell me about it. It's hard to cheat when you don't know the rules. Shall we go? Let's go. I need to readjust my Slavia voice again. On our way back, I decided to try and find out about something. So, how long have you been here? In this camp? Oh, about a week. I see. And where did you come from? I'm from the north. The north? That is the cold north. From like, what? She looked at me and smiled. Looks like nobody in this camp is inclined to answer even the most innocent of questions. I tried to approach from another angle. And, what do you like? What do you mean? Your hobbies. Oh, I like nature. Strange. She's not very talkative today for some reason. Nature? Oh, I see. Want to become a natural historian? More like a normal historian. I was always interested in our nation's history. That would suit her well indeed. It appeared that among all the locals, she was the only one who had nothing to hide. What if she came here just like me and simply could not trust anyone enough to tell? I tried testing the waters. And why did you choose this camp? Oh, I didn't. My parents got a voucher for me from their work. Another failure. Well, if you could choose? It's nice here. I don't think I would choose some other place if I could. Here it's like you are here it's like you are becoming another person. That wasn't how I saw it. What do you mean another person? It's just that there's so many possibilities. You can learn so much, meet so many new interesting people here. Now she started to sound like our chief, which raised a red flag for me. I decided to stop with the questions for now. When we came back, Olga Dmitrievna told Slavia, I just remembered that the cards were at your place. It's okay, we got it. Good, good. Slavia and Olga Dmitrievna went inside. I was going to follow, but someone grabbed my hand. Alisa. Her gaze sent a shiver down my spine, and not a nice one. You want something? I asked carefully. You're going to play this stupid game? Yeah, hold on. You're going to play this stupid game? Sounding like an anime protagonist. Fucking bitch. Okay. Yeah? Something wrong with that? No, nothing. She was turning to leave, but then slowly looked back and smiled. So you play cards? A little. I couldn't figure out what she wanted. So, only Durak, and that's it? Durak, or The Fool, is a card game popular in the USSR. Oh, similar to President, okay, I didn't know that there was that. As if you're a poker star. Well, yeah, technically. Then you don't have a chance. Why? Because. So you know the rules. Of course. Well, then you'll have to. Then you'll have the upper hand. I couldn't see why would we go on talking and motion towards the door. Why do you keep trying to leave? Is there anything else you'd like to talk about? Let's make a bet. What do you mean? You're such a slowpoke. The cards, what else? And what do you want to bet on? That I'll win. That's quite a possible outcome, I agreed calmly. So, are you afraid? No, I'm not. I'm not big on bets when I don't like my chances. And you're not big on taking risks too? Such an astute observation. I'm impressed. Right, then No, you're not. Now what? I sighed in exhaustion. She was starting to annoy me with her rubbish talk about some pointless bet. If you won't bet with me, I'll tell everyone that you tried to seduce me. The fuck? What? You heard me. I could imagine her doing this. Don't be stupid. Who's gonna believe you? I've been here less than 2 days. Besides, want to try your luck? Right. And what will happen if I win? I won't tell anyone anything. And if I lose, slowpoke mode again, then I'll tell everyone you tried to seduce me. I told you already. So you're telling me now that I have to work to prove that I didn't do something when I didn't actually do it. If that's how you want to look at it. Not a simple decision. On the one hand, it was stupid to agree. I didn't know the rules and gambling wasn't my thing. On the other hand, she could really make my life hell. Then again, can I even trust her? She can do it even if I win. So, have you made a decision? I will. Why not go for Alisa's route? Get her to learn her place. That could be fun. Let me see. You know what? Let's try. Yeah, let's try doing that. Okay, we'll pick her. We'll pick to. Okay, we'll go with the bet. I was going to answer, but suddenly Lena came around me from behind. What? Nothing? Lena heard inside. So. Okay, let's bet. I may regret it 100 times. Fine, I'll do it. She smiled. But if I win... Yeah, all fair, no cheating. Alisa turned, went up the stairs, and inside the canteen. Why am I doing this? Because she can set me up regardless if she wants to? Since she decided to anyway. I let out a heavy sigh and followed her through the door. Inside, everything was ready. Excuse me. A few pioneers stood here and there, chatting. The tables were moved out of the way to make room for players and spectators. I looked around. Something was going on in the far corner. When I came closer, I saw a large piece of paper with a diagram drawn on it. Okay, my name was among the players. And who came up with all this? I patted Electronic, who was standing near. What's okay? I hate to be this guy, but what's wrong with that fucking icon? Okay, bro. Sure, you do you. Cool, great. I patted Electronic, who was standing near. Well, of course, it was your most humble servant. He bowed to me jokingly. This made me uncomfortable to the point of squirming. And why in the world am I among the players then? I was disappointed. A few seconds ago, I thought I still had a slim chance to evade this tournament. Then I wouldn't have to fear Alyssa's revenge for losing the bet with her. But now that hope was gone. It was pure coincidence. Yeah, right, coincidence. Except that I was already acquainted with every one of every one of the contestants. While there were a few dozen other pioneers standing in the room, I was seized by anxiety. It's the feeling of being watched while standing in an empty room with no windows and doors. Hold on. Will there be a prize at least or something? I don't know. I asked him lazily. I wanted to distract myself with a pointless conversation. Electronic was just about to answer when Uliana came out of nowhere and started jumping around. Be right back, dinner break. No worries. When it came out, prizes, prizes. I heard something about prizes. Do you know what is the main ethos of the Olympic Games? It's not the winning, but the taking part that counts, which is okay. A what? No. You'll understand when you grow up. She made a wry face and chapped Electronic in the ribs. So what about the prize? Well, I don't know. It's not up to me. He made a helpless gesture. Really, if they came up with this stupid game, at least they could give the winner a chocolate medal or something. Uliana suddenly jumped and raced off to somewhere. I wish I was that optimistic. So, what about the rules? Wait a bit. Not everyone is here yet. I looked around the canteen. Alisa, Slavia, Lena, Miku, and Shurik were here. It seems like everyone is here. Not everyone. Zhenya isn't here. Does he feel uneasy? Or is it just me? She's not here, so what? Pick someone else instead. No, I can't do that, he answered slowly. I decided not to ask exactly why can't he do this. Well, go fetch her or something. I don't know. He can't go. He's the host of the event. The camp leader appeared as if from nowhere. But Olga Dmitrievna, Electronic whined. Semyon will go. Right, Semyon? She looked at me and smiled. Of course. Who else? Where is she? In the library, I guess. Okay. I dragged my feet towards the door. Please, hurry. What's Electronic's problem anyway? Night is coming soon. I was going to take my time, so I slowly paced towards the library. But I found Zhenya before I even expected. She was sitting on a bench at the square, staring at Genda, who was silent, as always. What are you doing here? Everyone is looking for you. Sitting here, as you can see. She frowned. Well, let's go. I don't want to. She looked away. Why not? I don't want to. I sat beside her. Listen, I don't like the idea of this contest myself, but we can't let everyone down. I surely didn't sound like myself there. A couple of days ago, I wouldn't even think of saying something like that. Zhenya looked at me with surprise on her face. So, everyone is waiting for me? Isn't that exactly what I said? Yes. I won't go anyway. She frowned and hid her face. But why? I gestured with my arms, wondering. I don't know how to play cards. Sorry. So what? Same problem here. Then how can you play? What, you can only do things that you read about in books or something? Of course. She was surprised. And what if you end up in Antarctica and have to rely on hunting polar bears to survive? Polar bears don't live in Antarctica, you silly. Zhenya smiled. Doesn't matter. It's just an example. Come on, it's not like someone's life depends on the result. She took her time to think. I just don't want to let anyone down. Right. I agreed sarcastically. And don't you think anything funny about that? I didn't get what she meant, but anyway. Obviously, everyone has their weak spots. In a minute, we both were back at the canteen. Everyone looked at Electronic. So, he cleared his throat. Each round consists of one game. In case of a draw, you replay the game. After this, the loser drops out and the next round begins. Since the number of volunteers, he looked at me, since the number of players is just 8, we'll have only 3 rounds. Is everything clear? The crowd cheered.
And what are the prizes? The prizes, what are they? What are they? Uliana, cut it out.
Slavia stepped forward and tried to catch Uliana.
I won't rest until the prize is mine.
Seemed like this girl alone had enough energy for a warp jump to Alpha Centauri.
Prizes, prizes.
She repeated it all over and over again.
Stop it.
Slavia tried to reason with her. Electronics seemed to be getting dizzy from all this running around. Let's start already, I said calmly and added to Uliana. If you won't, or you won't get any prizes. Looks like my argument got through to her, so she took her place. I'm sorry, hold on a second. Slavia followed her, giving me a grateful smile as she passed. The pioneers finally settled down. I approached the table that Lena sat behind. You don't mind? She looked up and blushed. Don't worry, I don't know the rules myself. And how can I be sure that it's not only myself? I sat down. Turns out we'll have to play the first round together.
Yes.
Finally, Electronics started to explain the rules. Look at the cards carefully. There are exactly 6 of them in front of you. I hope everyone here knows how to count. Now you can look at them. After everyone had a look at their cards, Electronic moved on. The rules here are similar to poker. I hope everyone knows how to play. I knew the rules, but wasn't so sure about the others. First of all, it's a top card. Then it's a top card. Then one pair. Okay, hold on. What the fuck is? It's just a typo. Then 1 pair. Then 2 pairs, and then 3 of a kind, and so on and so forth. No flushes, no straights. No flushes or straights though. In first round, you choose a card which you would like to take from your opponent. In turn, your opponent can choose to swap 2 of his cards around twice. Or he can choose not to do so if he doesn't need the card which you are taking. Okay, hold on. That's not the thing. Okay, hold on. How do I look at the stuff? Okay, I found the save thing. I found the load thing. Okay, fuck it. I ball. In the next step, your opponent takes a card he chooses. And so on. I think it's pretty clear. Okay, it wasn't clear to me. Yeah.
Hey, you, Einstein.
Uliana yelled at him from her table.
I didn't get a thing.
You'll figure it out as we go. Electronic went to the table with the diagram, leaving Uliana to smolder in solitude. You go first. I hoped I could get my mind around the game fast enough. Lena, more perplexed than usual, reached out for my cards. In the middle of the table, her hand stopped. Will you? Will you? Oh yeah, I should be protecting my card. What was it? Electronic said, to try to confuse my opponent, I can swap 2 of my cards. Twice. Or I can choose not to. Should I protect it or not? By the way, I can also agree and give her the card she chose straight away. Okay. Otherwise, Lena can change her mind and take another card if she wants to. Or she might not. You know what? We'll save it right here because our goal today is to win this thing. Because this is the only way we get points. Oh, no one told me that my camera broke. Huh.
Hold on. I'm fixing it. Okay.
I'm back. Okay, let's play this game. Otherwise, Lena can change her mind and take another card if she wants to, or she might not. Okay. Um. So, we have a 5, a 7. We have 2 8s. Have a 4. We should swap these two. This is fine. We will let her have it. How do I? Um. How do I let her have it? Okay. Should I just? Okay. Now I get it. Okay, small f. Things were becoming clear, or at least comprehensive. Now it's my turn. I can take I can take back my card from her, or I can choose another one. Let's choose at random. Lena can try and protect her card, but if I watch her closely, I can take the card I chose regardless of her movements. Um, I'll just take the card. Okay, we have 2 10s now. I made it. Electronic, who was silently watching the game, nodded in approval. Looks like now we're getting somewhere. Now, during the round, opponents trade cards 3 times. Keep an eye on each other. Penetrate your opponent with your eyes. I chuckled. Penetrate.
What's so funny?
Oh, never mind. I tried to keep a straight face. He stared at me for a moment, then moved on. And then we turned the cards up to see whose hand is better. Electronic went back to his diagram. Um, Damn. Это победа. Okay, 4 is fine, I guess. Let's try it. It's a J. Okay, it's a 5. I can try to confuse you with 2. No. 5. Okay, that's silly. Let me have this card. Dang it. Okay. Just let me have it. Okay, we at least have a pair. Oh, she has a higher pair. Okay. You know what? Some of these cards look better than regular art. Yeah. You know what? Yeah. No. 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 We. What? What? Huh? What the fuck is going on? I clearly saved. That's a that's a whole lot of horseshit. Hold on. How do I load this fucking thing? Yes. Motherfucker. Now let's get to skipping. That's unfortunate, I gotta say. That's really unfortunate. Let's just fucking deal with it. Oh no, the panties. Yes, 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 yes. Don't flash your panties at me. Come on. Try using scroll wheel inside minigame to rig it. Is that how it works? Hello there. Okay, that's like so unfortunate. Oh, let me get back. Let me get back to the point. Yeah, 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 yeah. We've seen all that. We've seen all that. We've seen all that. Seen all that. Yeah, 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 yeah. Come on, come on, come on, come on, come on, come on, come on. Is there like a fucking fast skip button? I don't know. Looks like no. Control. Okay, that's fucking great. Thank you. Get the cards with Slavia. La 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 la. What's the point of saving it if it doesn't fucking save anything? Bet with Alisa. La 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 la. Okay, maybe I can skip the tutorial. Okay. You know what? I skip the tutorial. Okay. Play the tournament. Okay. Um okay. You enjoy that? Let's try it. It's fucking free. How do I? It's fine. I can take your 3. Okay. We've got a king. Got the same fucking thing. How? Okay. Can I load? Can I load it? Please. Please let me load it. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Oh, that's that's hard. Okay. You can have a no, you cannot have a 6. Okay, this works. At this point, I'm just clicking random buttons. Nope. Fucking bitch. Give it back. Yes! Finally. Okay. We win. I won! Так. Okay, let's save the game. Right here. Um, I won. Seriously, it's hard to play a game that was made up on the spot and not by yourself either. But I won. Although the moment of glory was tainted by the fact that it was Lena who was the loser. She's not very confident in general, but now she's lost. I'm too embarrassed to even look at her now. Probably should have lost to boost her self-esteem. No. No. No, no, no. But I have a bet with Alisa. Meanwhile, Electronic proudly announced that the first round is over. A list of those who made it into the second round appeared on the scheme after a little while. Semi-final pairs consisted of Alisa versus Zhenya, Uliana versus me. A doomed sign, a doomed sigh escaped me. Uliana immediately took a seat in front of me. Ha! She glared at me, grinning.
How did you manage to outplay Lena? Cheated, perhaps?
I'm not you. I just know how to play cards. At least that's what I want her to believe.
And how could you outplay Shurik?
Uliana waved her hand, showing how easy it was.
I threatened to join his club.
She grinned yet again.
Would you hold back too?
Not a chance.
Ugh. Then I'll choose which card I give to you myself.
Did you hear the rules?
Screw them.
It looked like she really didn't care. Okay, but I choose the card to give to you too.
Deal.
Inspired by my victory in the last round, I ventured upon this dangerous move. I could have argued, appealed to Electronic, and eventually had my own way, but somehow I felt truly confident in the outcome of this round. Yes, we were breaking the rules, but I was in the same boat as Uliana. I looked up at Electronic. It's time to begin the semi-finals, he commanded. I carefully checked my cards, ensuring that Uliana couldn't see them. Okay. So I need to take this. Okay. She doesn't want to have it. I might as well give it back to her. Oh. She has a pair of sevens if I give it to her back, I guess. You know what? Fuck it. We ball. I'm sorry for sitting too close. We have an 8. And I win because we have a pair of kings. I gotta say, the illustrations here for these cards are crazy. Like, what the fuck? I mean, no notes. Okay? No notes.
Hey, this isn't fair. You should have held back and lost.
She angrily puffed up her cheeks, making her resemble Humpty Dumpty.
Let's have a rematch, but this time you have to hold back. Got it?
It wasn't only me who heard her, but the entire room. Even electronic. No rematches allowed. Oh, I'm sorry. Uliana completely ignored him.
You have to lose.
I don't have a slightest intention of playing with you for a second time, I said calmly.
Fine. You want it that way?
Yes, that way.
Huh. Then I'll put the word that then I'll put the word out that you've sexually harassed Alisa.
She whispered. Okay, pretend that I whispered it. What? I leaned over the table and gave her a menacing glare. So, you've been eavesdropping.
I just heard it while passing by.
Anyway, it's much better to play an extra round than she can certainly do that. I sighed and appealed to Electronic. Not a problem, we'll have a quick rematch. Whatever. He shrugged. So, the rematch has started. Okay, what do I have here? We have a pair of J's. Yeah, no one would believe that. More like, I mean, the fuck? Okay, you can have this. Hold this 5. Hold this 9. Hold this 6. Take it back. A 3. I still win. Let's go, baby. Fuck you. Fuck you, Uliana.
Fuck you.
In your fucking USSR shirt. Okay. Easy peasy. You annoying little brat. I said and reclined on my seat. Yeah, bitch.
That's not fair.
Oh, yeah, it is. I hope she won't demand another rematch. How come? I chuckled. Okay, said Uliana, aggrievedly, and got up from the table. I studied the tournament scheme closely, trying to understand who's going to be my final rival. At the same moment, Alisa took place at my table. I need to fucking. I pulled a dumb, fake smile, like I'm afraid of her. Congratulations. Expecting to win? I'm expecting that you'll keep your promise. Okay, let's roll. Okay, now it's the regular games. So what we have? Okay, well, you can take that. So here's a 2. Let's go from the outside. She wants me to take the 2, so this must be something. No, no, no. Give me that. Oh, that's a queen. Yeah, take the 6, I guess. So 2, 6. Let's go. Let's go. Okay. Let's go again. 6. Uh-huh. No, we won't give you a 6. Give you a 9. Okay. She took my 6. I'll take this 6. Because otherwise she will have a pair. And now I win because I have a higher card. Phew, okay. That's good. That's good. Also, I kind of lucked out and grabbed her second queen. So, that's okay. That's good. Hooray! I won! That'll let Alisa know who rules the roost here, baby. Uh-huh. That means that betting with her wasn't a waste. Now the only thing left is to hope that she will not spread that false gossip because of her loss. Suddenly, I got a desire to celebrate my own victory and have a dip at the beach. To tell the truth, I do not really know how to swim, but the possibility of diving into the cool water under the moonlight seemed attractive. After all, I spent the whole of yesterday in my winter clothes, and surely you could nicely wring the sweat out of me. Okay, let's get the music a little bit chill. Okay. In the evening, no one should be here, so I took all of my clothes except my underpants and entered the water. If I only knew, I would have taken my swimming trunks along. Usually, it was enough for me to swim for 15-20 meters, but this time the euphoria of my victory spurred me on to break the record. I swam slowly and tactfully, watching every movement of my arms and legs and keeping my breath steady. All of a sudden, wham! A strike on my back sent me underwater. I started to drown but managed to force myself to jump out and grab the nearby buoy. I turned and saw Alisa swimming after me. What the hell are you doing? What am I doing? Hailing the winner. And what if I started drowning? Well, I'd save you. Of course. It was just too dangerous to stay here. She could easily sink me again. I gathered all my strength and swam to shore. I slowly started to catch my breath. Beach sand stuck to my body from head to toe. Damn. After some time, Alisa came out of the water. You know, you swim well. I wouldn't say so. Yeah, you too.
Well, wasn't it obvious?
I said nothing.
You won twice against me today. That means I will forget 2 of your debts.
What kind of debts is she talking about? It looks like Alisa has a problem with evaluating reality. Thanks a lot. Yeah, I said sarcastically.
You know, you're not as much of a loser as I thought.
Well, thank you, my golly. Alisa was. You look kind of different. Okay. Alisa was wearing a swimsuit that perfectly emphasized the beauty of her figure. Well, taking into account all the flaws in her personality, at least this advantage of hers couldn't be taken away. Since when did you become a loser? She smiled cunningly.
What's wrong? Aren't you one?
Of course not.
And how will you prove it?
I don't have to prove anything,
Oh, so is that it?
she said without any anger. Yes, that's it. The silence was expected. A light wind gently played with the waves, sending them to the shore and taking them back after. Alisa was still looking through me as if I seemed she completely. What the fuck is that sentence? Alisa was still looking through me as if it seemed she completely okay, hold on, I figured it out. She completely forgot about my presence. Hey, Earth to Alisa. Her lost look immediately switched back to her normal one. Anyway, bye bye. She picked up her clothes lying nearby and left. It was late, but I decided to spend a little bit more time lying on my back and strategizing. After all, I didn't have that many opportunities for that before, or I simply tried to avoid every opportunity. Well, if we think about it, the light from a faraway stars reaches us only after millions of years. Right now, I can see the star because it was shining back then, long in the past. And now the star is gone, already exploded. Wait a minute. She took my clothes too! I got up and looked around the beach. No doubt about it, Alisa took my pioneer uniform. Damn it! And I was just starting to think that maybe she's not so spoiled. I need to come up with an idea quickly. Certainly I could go and complain to Olga Dmitrievna, but not in my wet underpants. I didn't know which cabin Alisa lives in either, and knocking on every door is certainly not a good idea. Maybe I should go to Slavia? Yes, of course, at night wearing my underpants. The only thing missing would be a rose in my teeth. Overall, it looks like I'm screwed. In any case, I have to do something. I was lucky not so much time has passed since she left, so I could still catch up with Alisa. Hurry up! In the blink of an eye, I found myself at the square. To my great surprise, Alisa was sitting on a bench, apparently bored. She had already changed. Give them back! Yeah, sure. Take them. She muttered with a guilty tone and handed back my uniform. Oh. Don't think I was waiting for you on purpose or anything like that. You were waiting on purpose or anything like that. Alisa turned her back and set off towards the cabins at easy pace. I was left standing, riveted to the spot. I didn't expect such a twist. The guilt did its job, perhaps. Fat chance, huh? Anyway, it's better to keep away from her, and the recent events do not change a thing. I headed to Olga Dmitrievna's cabin. For the first time today, I finally felt how tired I was. There was no light in the window, so Olga Dmitrievna must have been sleeping already. Strangely enough, she waited for me yesterday. I entered the cabin, quietly stripped, and laid on the bed. When I think about it, my situation hadn't gotten any clearer today. In fact, I've spent whole day doing useless stuff. I would have never have even thought about doing something like this in the real world. Although I had plenty of time. How much time I would have here in total is still a mystery. Maybe an eternity, or maybe there are only few minutes left. I just didn't want to think about the past, about how I got to this camp. For the first time in a long while, I felt really tired. Not only emotionally tired, but also physically tired, psychologically tired, and God knows how else tired. I just wanted everyone and everything to shove off, starting with my own thoughts. I wanted this mess somehow resolved by itself, or at least without my active participation. And what if I'm stuck here forever? Then I'll have to get used to it. So, just like that, I'm not ready. My consciousness slowly drifted away from me, and it became progressively harder to concentrate on something distinct. Perhaps it is better to wait until tomorrow. I rolled over and fell asleep. Okay, day 3. Whew. Damn. Okay. Okay. So you know what? Let me turn the music on. I think we'll just leave that here today. So we've cleared the prologue, the day 1 and day 2. It's I've been streaming for how long now? For how long? For 4 hours and almost 15 minutes. So yeah, there's about 3 hours left to clear a route. So what we're going to do is continue doing it next time, I guess, next week. So far, I'm really enjoying the story, how quirky it is, how Soviet it is. I mean, it's not often that you see any game, really, not only visual novels, but any game with the aesthetics of Soviet Union, of even other historical periods in Russia. So it's really interesting to experience that, not in regular life, but in video game form. So yeah, so far I'm really enjoying it. Luckily, I didn't I didn't install the NSFW mode, which I will certainly check out later on my own. Um, so yeah, there's a little bit of game, which is great. I was dreading the fact that it will just be visual novel kind of regular stuff. So there's a little bit of game in here, which is good. Didn't expect it. I'm pleasantly surprised. We'll see how it goes in days 3, 4, and 5. I guess there's like what? Let me check. Yeah, there are like day 3, 4, 5, and then the endings occur. So yeah. So about 3 more hours to clear either. So where we are right now is that we're looking at clearing either Semyon's route, Slavia's route, or Alisa's route. So this is the 3 that we are eyeing. So yeah, we'll continue playing Everlasting Summer to full completion of at least one route. Next week, at the same time, Saturday, about 3 p.m. MS Moscow time, 1 p.m. 1 p.m. Central European time. Let me go to the main. Okay. Thank you for tuning in to the stream. Thank you for progressing the goal, the donation goal that we have right now, that I have right now. This really helps. If you want to support me in any way, shape, or form, you can do so on boosty.to/dynameka or donating to my donation alerts, or which is also a very good idea that I think you will like, is by subscribing to the channel if you're new here and checking out my videos if you haven't seen them all yet. There's a new video on the channel right now. Let me see if if I can go to my channel and show it. So yeah, there's a new video on the channel. I cannot show it to you right now because I am stupid. Захват экрана. Okay. That's the wrong the wrong one. Sorry. I'm doing so. Okay. This is the stuff here. There's a new video. If you haven't seen it yet, go check it out. I hope it does at least somewhat well. I mean, that's how things go sometimes. This year, I really want to, do more stuff in general, not only on YouTube, but also on Boosty and some other places. So if you want to stay up to date with everything, go to Discord. If you are not in there yet. And I guess that's all I wanted to say. I still need to work on my closing on my closing speeches. Okay. Once again, thank you for being here today with me. Thank you, Animus Vox, for being once again the most active participant of my YouTube live. And yes, the summer turns out is indeed endless. So yeah. And since you played Slavia's route, I will probably pick Alisa's. Just so that you wouldn't look at the same thing all over again. Anyway, once again, thank you guys for watching. It's been Danon. Take care and have a good day.